I'm Scott Al Miller, and this is Nicaragua Live. It's Thursday night, and I'm sorry that we are getting started late. I am going to be working in the background tonight. I have a lot going on. So excuse me if I'm a bit distracted. That's why we're getting started late. I have so much going on that I was not able to get the word out or to get started or kick things off. My dad is not joining us tonight, so don't have to worry about that he's not on. Going to send out the notices to get people so that they know I am on and get people watching. I am still getting over my my pneumonia, so hopefully we're able to go for a bit tonight. Certainly feeling a bit better than I have been, but still not feeling 100%. So we will see how it goes. But hopefully all is good. I'm gonna move the microphone a bit closer, but not too close because I do need to see the screen and keep working tonight. Ambiente 14 saw the live title and clicked immediately. Hey Scott. Janet says, hey, I was just leaving. Hopefully the tea and I didn't think to have lozenges available. That probably would have been a big thing. Expozaz, I was almost the #1 chatter here. Almost, but number 3. Did I get the word out to Leon yet? Got to hit all the cities, let them know. Granada. And Brian says, how am I feeling tonight? I generally feel pretty good. I still have a cough. I've been using the nebulizer thanks to Gigi, who dropped it off. I've got one of these things that Americans can't get. It's basically just a humidifier. I don't use any medicine in it. I just put saline. There's no reason to use saline. It's just because it's distilled water. You just pick these up at the pharmacy. Yeah, that's a syringe. And you just use the syringe to fill the machine with the water. Really, the tap water would work. It's not actually like getting it into the air, but it's whatever. So it works, and so it helps moisturize. And this is what Chris was saying last night. Might be helpful. Chris, the doctor, the respiratory doctor. And so I did give that a try today, since Gigi was kind enough to drop that off, and I think it helps. Right? I like how it works. Njord is here. Hello, Scott. He says hello. And so that is, I think, helping. Break out your old CPAP. I don't have one. They're all completely broken and no way to get one because I lived in Texas where they forbid me to have one. So my old ones, they don't run. That's if they just pushed warm air, I'd be happy, but they don't. I would love to use the CPAP. Expat says exact dosage of the water for the humidifier. Yes, they're like use 3 milliliters. I'm like, I could actually use it while we do the live stream, but it'd be so loud. Epstein, that's what happened to Bitcoin. It absolutely is what happened to Bitcoin, right? You lost weight, it looks like. I think it's just the shirt. I'm being a little bit more svelte dressing tonight. Often I'm in like a baggy, old, falling off t-shirt because I don't buy clothes very often. I'm super cheap when it comes to that. Not that I don't like newer clothes. I'm just ridiculously lazy about it. But this is a t-shirt that doesn't get worn very often. And my wife was like, oh, that looks nice today. And I'm just like, yeah, I guess I just don't wear it that often. And it's one of my favorites. It's my Nicaragua navy one, which I really like. Luke says, the distilled water used in nebulizer CPAP is to prevent calcium scaling in the unit. Oh, but they replace... So the thing is, it only goes in here, right? It just goes here, and they throw this away after every use or whatever. I mean, I wouldn't. I would keep it and use it, but it's... I can't imagine you would ever get buildup in there. For CPAPs, yeah, absolutely. I never used it in the CPAP because it was still past the point of all the stuff, so it was really easy to clean. Like I used mine for 10 years. I would never clean them, right? Like I mean, I would clean like the water like a little bit, but like I was so lazy about cleaning it, and it was never a problem. Thank God it's Thursday. I can't sleep any nights in case of missing pop-up broadcast. Thanks, Larry. Everybody's saying hello. Expossess says, "What's new, Janet?" I did not get my nap today, which I'm not happy about. So that is I was really hoping to have I'm testing an application in the background and I do not like it at all. To reuse, just wipe with white vinegar. Yeah, for sure. Solo puedo aprender una cantidad limitada de español con los libros. Correct. Got my hot tea. I've got my Pepsi with caffeine because I had no nap. We're ready to go. Yeah, so Bitcoin, if anybody hasn't noticed, I had looked, it was at 63 something, then went up to 64, and someone just sent me, it was at 60, like 62.9. Holy cow. It's down to April 2021 numbers. If you look at the chart of where it's like was very slow and then grew a bunch over time, where it like became this bigger thing, which it coincides with when I bought a hotel in Nicaragua, like exactly when I was doing stuff here and really busy with other things is exactly when it took off. It has returned to those numbers and is potentially going to be going down from there. But holy cow, has it lost value. Now maybe it'll come right back up. Maybe it's going to completely go away. Probably going to come back up to some degree. Probably. But I wouldn't bank on it. I'm just saying more likely than not, in my opinion. But wow, the fundamental faith in it. And I think that a lot of companies are either doing this or expected to do this, but distancing themselves from Bitcoin now because there's a difference between in the past having an argument about or a discussion about its efficacy. Is it really easier? Is it really more cost effective? Is it really smoother? Is it really faster? Well, you can kind of test. You can kind of test, but you have to invest time to test. That was one of the big things that always held me up. There were some people that were like, "Oh, I want to send you Bitcoin, a very small amount," and it's like, well, I appreciate that, but it takes no effort to send me a coffee, right? You can go to buymeacoffee.com/ScottAllenMiller and you just put in a credit card and you can send me a coffee, 2 coffees, 3 coffees, and it's that simple, right? I'll just put that in there since we never mentioned that early in the show. Also, give a thumbs up while you're on here. And you can buy me a coffee. You can sponsor my work that easily, right? And it's hard to really find an easier platform. Like you go to buy me a coffee, it's so simple. Select how many coffees, credit card, right? And basically everybody has that. And it may take other things. It may take cash. It may take Bitcoin. I don't know. My result is coffees. But when someone says, "Hey, I'm going to pay you with Bitcoin," it becomes a much bigger discussion because I don't know more than one person. Of people I know in person, I know one person who can take Bitcoin. That's not many considering I know a lot of people. And And when people wanted to pay me, they're like, oh yeah, I have one person who's like really insistent. You got to set up, you have to do all this stuff. And they're like, you have to do this special network and that special network and find a vendor for this and find a vendor for that and do a bunch of research. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, this is hours of work and a bunch of accounts with companies I don't trust, all to potentially hope to receive $10 or something that he was going to send. And I'm like, that is the perfect example of the problem with Bitcoin, is that there's the barrier to me receiving a very small amount of money is quite large. Sorry for the static in the background. I gotta figure out what's doing that. Something just freaked out. I think it's the application that's attempting to build in the background doing an audio test, but I'm not really sure. Seems to have been. That was weird. And so it was like, it's not like I can go get something reliable. I've not heard of any of the vendors that are involved. I have no idea how to trust them. And it's like, oh, you got to, come up with this password and this and store it on your computer and all this. And at the end of the day, great, now I have $10 in Bitcoin. I have no idea how I can then use that, right? This was hours of research to then stick me with a currency I don't know what to do with, right? I don't have a way to use it in Nicaragua. I have to go back to the United States to transfer it. I don't go to the United States. I don't spend time in any country where I can cash out that Bitcoin. So that Bitcoin, had they sent it to me, would only be worth $5 now. And I'd still be stuck with it. I would have done all this work and have done it for the hope of getting $10. And if they actually gave it to me, I would have ended up with $5 and be like, what do I do? How do I cash it out? And I'm sure there's a way, but I don't know what that way is, right? I could probably set up an account with some thing that's considered illegal in some jurisdiction, Coinbase or something, and tie it to a bank account, which I don't trust, and then have them transfer my $5 over. Like that's a crazy amount of work. And when you start talking about for an American, right, you need to put in 2 or 3 hours of work to maybe get $5 or $10. That doesn't make a lot of financial sense, right? And so that's part of the problem. Now, people who are into it or already have it, oh, sure, it probably works really, really simply, and they probably have systems that they could use. But as I don't have it, and it will all be for this one transaction, and I'm 50, right? How many people have tried to pay me with Bitcoin over the years? Literally, this one person saying they would. They didn't actually pay me anything. It was just in theory, they were going to. Right? I don't know if there was a real person. I assume so, but I don't know. And even if it was a real person, were they really going to send me the money? I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know. Have I ever had a situation where having Bitcoin would have been handy for me to pay someone? No, it's never come up. Have I ever been in a situation where someone wanted to pay me in Bitcoin? Just that one time in theory. Other than that, never come up. So all of this effort to set it up is all for, and this is one of the big problems with Bitcoin, is that people put in all this effort to set it up. And I know lots of people who did this. They got excited, they set it up, and they forgot about it and lost the money. And everything was lost. And often it was much bigger sums of money than $10. I'm a Drunk Guy says, yo, what's up, everyone? Bitcoin will go up, in my opinion. They're already eliminating pennies, next nickels, etc. On a good note, on my way back Saturday to Nicaragua. Awesome. I'm not sure how eliminating pennies and nickels leads into the recovery of Bitcoin. Those are separately, I believe, true things. I do believe that Bitcoin will go back up, most likely. I don't believe it like I have ultimate faith or anything. I'm just saying I lean that way. And I do believe that they have eliminated pennies and will eliminate nickels. But I'm not sure that they go together. Maybe they do. But Bitcoin is really bad for things that are in really small numbers. So, and those are ridiculously small numbers. What's interesting is here in Nicaragua, they don't work with anything below the $1 bill. As far as I know, you can't use quarters or anything like that, $50, even $1 coins wouldn't work here. But the $1 bill is the smallest U.S. denomination you can actually get or use here. And if you are In Cordoba, the smallest that we use realistically is the 1 Cordoba. That's really pushing it. That's our penny equivalent, and that's like 3 cents. So for a country that works in much smaller denominations than the US, our smallest realistic thing, there are technically 50 centavo pieces, which is a penny and a half. But I can't remember the last time I saw one, and I've never seen one used. And the one Cordoba coins, which are really close to plastic, are generally used for like public transportation, or you're just dropping a few cents in. But at 3 cents, they're much closer to a nickel. And when you consider how much lower cost everything is here, it makes a little bit more sense. For how high cost things are in the US, that there's still a nickel is actually pretty surprising. A dime is the smallest that you need, I think. And honestly, do we really need less than 25 cents? Right? If you need to buy something that's so much less than 25 cents, the overhead of purchasing it, probably you need to spend 25 cents. I can't remember the last time I ever was happy with less than 25 cents. But a dime, I can understand. I would accept dimes as the smallest thing. But yeah, I don't want to see penny from a practical standpoint. I don't want to see pennies and nickels either. I think they're pretty dumb. But I'd be pretty okay with dimes going away as well. Luke says, I enjoy the direct pay system here in Nicaragua. Just wish the banks would raise the limits per transaction. 16,500 and 8,000 Cordoba per day are kind of low. I use the 25 and, oh, you actually get a quarter cord coins I find at Super Express when paying electric or Envio Fast Track. Those are tiny. The smallest I ever use is 1 cord and 5 cord. 1 5 cord and 2 1 cords is what you need to take a bus anywhere in the city of Leon. So pretty handy. Although I do find it annoying. Like, they do make 5 cord bills here. You like really never see them. I kind of wish they would go down to just that and do away with the coins. I hate the coins. They're so heavy. I never want to carry them. That's really the hardest thing. I'm coughing more than I was expecting. All right. Sorry for the having to work in the background. It is just such a busy day. Normally I try pretty hard to not have to work on the live stream, but not realistic today. Sorry about that. It's going to be a bit of that, I'm afraid, tonight. I think I tried to join the WhatsApp group, Maggie May says. Which WhatsApp group is that, Maggie May? There's quite a few. I am no longer a member of the main WhatsApp group, so I am unable to let you in. That would be Tom will have to let you in, and he's not on the live stream. I had to step away. It was way too much. I had no way to like handle my life with the amount of just random stuff being said on there. Not like mean stuff, not dramatically off topic stuff. Generally, it was just, well, it was off topic, right? It was people got bored and used it as a dumping ground for trying to stay busy when they were just really bored. And it made it that there was no way to find when people were actually wanting to talk about Nicaragua or had questions or expat concerns or anything. And so the city groups are still there, Leon, Matagalpa, Managua, and so forth. But the main group that was a little bit more open just for expats is certainly still there, but I could not be a part of it because I kind of felt obligated to be like on top of things, and if people were asking me questions, I wanted to make sure I saw it. So I was watching it like 24/7, not quite obviously, but watching it all the time, and it just became a huge drain on my life. And then some people intentionally just started spewing like really like aggressively unhappy misinformation just to torment me, and people didn't really want them booted, so I was like, that's cool, I can't be here. So I left. Luke says, I get to fly back to Florida on Friday the 13th, the day DHS may run out of funds. Sean says, how can I email you on other questions? It's scott@latinamericanliving.com. You can pop it up. It's on, should be on any episode. I'm not super fast at responding to that, but I do respond. Maelstrom Fonseca. This is the equivalent of buying BTC at 3,000 during the 2020 COVID crash. Altcoins are in absurdly low prices. Deer and greed index at 5. Deer and greed? Is that what you meant to say? This is the equivalent of buying BTC at... Oh, yeah, 3 during the 2020 COVID crash. That is mostly... Yeah, that's my assessment, is that this is... and certainly do not buy because I said so, right? I am not that level of advisor on BTC, but I think, fear, and now that makes sense. I just couldn't figure out what word that was. I knew it was the wrong word, but I couldn't figure out what word it was supposed to be. The level of crash is so fast that I expect an up correction. It may go down some yet, but I expect an up correction within a reasonably soon period of time. Who knows? All right, still working. I did not look at the other altcoins. So for apparently Maelstrom Fonseca has been paying attention. A lot of sibling coins, a lot of alternative coins are also taking a dip with Bitcoin. That was less expected. I'm sure Bitcoin's taking the heaviest brunt because it specifically is the one that has some reputational issues. I don't know how much the others will be affected long term. Tim in Nicaragua, can't buy something I don't understand, like where does BC come from? In the defense of BC, it's rare that most people know where other money comes from either. That's the only kind of a defense of BC. But it's true. Most people don't know where their money comes from regardless of what it is. Maybe you know where your money comes from other than BC, but most people don't. And so BC represents a mythical source of money, the same as anything else. The reality is that BC has the same backing as, say, gold or a fiat currency. It's slightly different because it's not backed by government and it's not backed by a precious metal, but gold isn't backed by a precious metal either, right? The value of gold is far above the value of the precious metal. So it's not backed by gold. Gold isn't backed by gold, if you think of it that way. It's now a It's being treated as a currency that's floating. So BC is like those. It is, inadvisable to jump into alternative currencies if you don't understand them for sure. BC is, or BTC is energy backed. So like gold backed, it's energy backed, but that leaves a lot of negatives. Like, is that good to do? A lot of people are very upset with the concept of energy backing. Is it going to be of equal value in the future, right? At some point, the theory is that the cost of generating them may go down. But there's also a finite number, which ultimately is a very dangerous thing, right? Actually, I think that's the most dangerous thing with Bitcoin is that there's a finite number. You want an infinite amount of money for protection because if you don't have an infinite supply, like with most fiat currencies, you actually have a very real risk that it can be hoarded. And so fiat, this is actually a really interesting thing. So if you look at something like USD, this applies to basically everybody, but if you're looking at USD, and this is a hard thing to imagine, like you are not realistically going to have a situation where someone has hoarded all of US money. But let's just imagine somebody hoarded US cash, and everyone's like, well, what do we do now? All of the money's gone. We can't buy and sell anything. Well, you would come up with alternative cash, and that wouldn't be so bad. But but the person who hoarded all that cash would actually become poor because everyone else would move to a different currency and they'd stop using USD, right? Let's just say, let's pick a random person, Larry Ellison of Oracle, right, who bought TikTok, somehow manages to hoard all USD. He's got it all, right? Trillions of dollars. Mwahaha. I have all the US cash. Nobody can do anything. I can buy everything, except at that moment, or near to it, as you approach him doing that, everyone goes, well, we can't function without another currency. Let's go use Bitcoin. Let's go use Moneda. Let's go use euros. Let's go use something, right? Goat coin. Someone comes up with some new thing. Or barter, right? As Expat says, people will start doing things that don't involve the US dollar. Once they've done that, when he goes, haha, I'm going to use my US dollars to buy things, everyone's going to go, what are those? Those are worthless, right? He'll say, no, they're real US currency. And they'll say, what's that? I have no use for that. We don't use US currency anymore. One person hoarded it all. Now it has no value. The value exists by being traded. And so that's with a fiat currency, though, he would never be able to do that. If he hoarded all that money, at some point, the government just goes, well, we're going to issue more money. And you say, well, won't that cause inflation? Yes, of that one person who hoarded the money, right? So they can, let's say he amassed whatever it is, right? $20 trillion, which is absurd, but let's just say he did. And everyone's like, okay, he managed to do it all at once, right? And you're like, what are we going to do? Well, the U.S. government can just reissue $20 trillion. You know what? Everybody gets their share again. We're going to distribute it to everybody. And you say, well, that's going to cause inflation. Well, yes, but to people who had nothing before, right? They had no currency to work with. Now they have a currency. Is it worth less than it was before when they didn't have it? Yes, but now they have it. So it's definitely a bonus, right? And the person who's going to have, he in his mind had $20 trillion, and he still does, but it's worth 10 trillion now, right? Or less. Maybe they water it down even more than that. That's the beauty of inflation, is that people who hoard the cash are the ones who lose it, and the ones who don't have cash are the beneficiaries. And so with Bitcoin, though, there's actually a finite number. There's a point at which you can't make any more. We're at a point where it's hard to make the last ones, but at some point we're going to hit the last Bitcoin, and it's going to be done. That means that it can be hoarded. And so if somebody or a group of people hoard all the Bitcoin to the point where people stop trading it, they could be hoarding it at let's say it goes up. Right now it's at 64,000 per Bitcoin. It's been as high as 123. I think it could go up to 250. It could go up to $1 million per Bitcoin. But if a group of people, let's say 3-4 buddies, manage to hoard all the Bitcoin, and they're thinking, we're going to control the money, we're going to control the Bitcoin, we have all the money. At some point, when it gets close to them having all the Bitcoin will drop to absolute zero. It will actually hit no value. Because once nobody's using it as a currency, it has nothing underneath of it. And the government or a private governing body can't step in and issue more Bitcoins. They can't go, oh, you know what, that limit was a soft limit. Something bad's happened. We're going to water down what's out there for these couple people hoarding it and reissue Bitcoins for the general populace to get it back into circulation. They can't do that. They don't have the power to. They can switch to a different coin, and some coins would let them do that. But that's a really interesting thing. And so it's actually mathematically assumed, to the best of my knowledge, that Bitcoin must turn into zero value. And it's simply delayed of getting to zero value by the combination of we haven't yet mined the last Bitcoin, and so that mining process discourages the complete devaluation. And as long as somebody is using it for trade, there's some hedge against that devaluation. But the less it trades and the fewer Bitcoins are left out there to be mined, the less the hedge just starts eroding. And what we're seeing today is we're getting on that long tail. We're not getting that many Bitcoins. But importantly, nobody's trading Bitcoins. No one's using it for regular purchases. There was a time where a few countries gave it a try and thought it was going to be the hot thing. And people started coming up with methods to use that. Those things they peaked years ago and vanished. Right? And now what used to be, we used to assume that was going to be a common thing. I've never seen a place where you could use it. And no one ever shows me a place where they can use it. I do know when I was in Argentina that there was potentially some places I could do that. But that's like a big thing. Like, wow, we found a country where this was theoretically plausible to try to use. And I know, in theory, in El Salvador. But most dollars were digital. Silver was hoarded in the 70s, I think, by two brothers, and it caused the price to go way up. Then they sold it off. That's crazy that two people could hoard that much. Oh, wait, here we go. Tim in Nicaragua. If I had 1 ounce of gold in my hand, it is real, has a value, and I can sell it to someone else. BC is just a number on paper. That's kind of true. But if you have an ounce of gold in your hand, if you were to sell it at its real value, that's only like 1/5 of what it trades at. Right, the real value of gold is a little bit under $1,000, but it currently trades. Okay, it's down a little bit, but we'll just say $5,000. It's actually like $4,800. And so unless you want to move gold at a value that no one's moving gold at, that gold is just a pretend currency as well. It's a representation. You can think of it as a number in that way. Yes, there's a physical, tangible component, but it's still just a representation of value. It's not itself the value. If someone decided to not have gold arbitrarily be worth 5 times its intrinsic value, it wouldn't be, right? It would just cease to have that value, which is the fear that people have. You can say that BC is just a number on paper, but that number on paper, just like the gold, almost all of its... The difference is with gold, there's some intrinsic value. It's just disconnected from what it trades at. With Bitcoin, there's no intrinsic value, sort of, except it's worth what it trades at as well. So both gold and Bitcoin functionally are the same. With Bitcoin, it is that number on paper is generated by electricity, and that's the backing. And so you can think of that as the physical component of it, that it took energy to get there. And if you take gold the way that most people do and actually lock it away somewhere and have it protected by a password, just a number on paper. Pretty sure, pretty soon it becomes actually kind of the same thing. It's a little bit, it's way closer than it seems. The physical component of gold, I think, is incredibly misleading in the modern world. Then Tim said Tim was hoarded in the 70s. Silver was hoarded in the 70s, caused the price to go up, but then they sold it off. And it will. So with silver or gold, if you hoard it, the value will go up because people need it for industrial purposes or whatever. And so there is a reason to want it. If it doesn't have an inflated value. Once it has an inflated value, then there's no reason to, like, if you hoard it, it's not going to make it go up. Whereas with Bitcoin, there is no intrinsic value. So if you hoard, if you manage to hoard all the gold in the world, people would pay you, excuse the term, a pretty penny to get that gold, or a pretty dime now because there's no more pennies, because they need the gold for certain things, and people want it for certain things. But Bitcoin, if you were to hoard it all, it wouldn't have that value. No one's like, I can't make this electrical component because I can't get Bitcoin. Right, so that's a little different. Most dollars are digital, Timon. It's a silly point to make in 2026, global banking, digital economy. Luke says, I got me a wheelbarrow of Confederate dollars. What you going to give me? I do want to point out, this is the most interesting thing ever in this topic. One of the main banks in north central Italy, they have a cheese-backed economy. Literally 400 million euros worth of cheese are held in warehouses as the backing for their loans. How many years would it take for a billionaire to spend all their money? You know, honestly, I would run out of money so fast, right? I know that sounds crazy, but if you think about it, I mean, I wouldn't run out in like a month or anything. But I would want a really nice house. I'd definitely get a couple cars. I would definitely collect, you know, some things I've always wished I could collect, right? Old computers. I probably wouldn't be crazy. That's easy to say. Of course I would be crazy. I would buy stuff for a lot of my friends. I would certainly want to have lots and lots of investments because I enjoy that, right? And so if you think about, like, $1 billion really doesn't get you that much. Would it get you, for example, all the hotels you wanted to own, all the restaurants you wanted to own, especially if they aren't going to make money, right? If they were making money, well, they'll just keep buying you more. But a lot of times they don't, right? Trust me. So you might have a lot that then you have to feed money into to keep running. And if you think about that, even a small boutique hotel in most markets is going to cost you in the millions. And let's say you want slightly high-end boutique hotels, and not Nicaragua, right? If you're going to try to spend $1 billion in Nicaragua, it would take a while, right? But only so long, because something I would love to have is a village for my employees to live in. Well, that's going to take several million right there. And I would really like to have an office building somewhere in the country. That's going to take many millions of dollars, right? Even in Nicaragua, that's not cheap to build a high-rise. There's all kinds of things. Greenland, right, would be a cool summer getaway. A very cool summer getaway. The types of things you often buy as a billionaire might be many millions of dollars. So if you think about, let's just say, for me, because I love having boutique hotels, and I love staying in my boutique hotels, right? I would love to own, and I can tell you right now how would Scott spend $1 billion? I would actually stop and carefully think about some things before I did this, but I would travel all over Latin America, all over North Africa, all through Central Africa, probably in Southeast Asia. I would go to all Eastern Europe. I go to a bunch of areas that I'm super interested in, and I would go absolutely crazy with boutique hotels and Airbnbs in places that I really want to be. I know a house in Crete. I would go buy that house, right? Which I'm sure is not $1 million. I'm sure it's only 300,000 or something, but I absolutely love that house. It's in a spot I want. And I would just go buy it at above market value because I don't care if I had $1 billion. If I had $1 billion, if I had $1 billion, and hopefully we don't get docked for that. Oh my gosh! Someone just posted. Does anyone want to get together tomorrow in Granada? But it flashed through my screen and all these other things, and I could have sworn it said, "Does anyone want to get together in Greenland?" I'm like, I'm up. Road trip. Let's do this. Whose passports are good for Denmark? Not mine. I'm American. I have to have that visa ahead of time. If only I had my Nicaraguan passport, I could go straight to Greenland without having to go through that lengthy process like Americans do. And so I would really want, and of course I would have a private plane. I may not go for, even at a billionaire, I might not go for a private jet. I'd really like a really nice turboprop, right? Really nice one, but a turboprop. I don't need a jet. I don't need to be that fast. I could, right? And my business partner and I are always, right, yeah, fantasy. What if all of our stuff took off and suddenly we were billionaires? Because we do software. Like, it's a 1 in a billion chance, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Whereas, like, as a restaurateur, you can't become a billionaire. And it's like, at some point, yeah, we would buy a reconditioned big cruise ship and move everyone we know onto the cruise ship and like just travel places. But $1 billion isn't enough for that, right? That's a simple dream that's completely rational. Like, I'm going to buy a big boat. I'm going to take all my friends, move them onto it. I'm going to take it so it's not like, this would be a real thing I'd want to do. I'd have it reconditioned as a great place to work. I'd have all the rooms changed to like 2 or 3 times the size. So instead of, I don't know how many people go on a ship, instead of 3,000, it'd be 500, right? And have plenty of space for people who want to come hang out with me, and have beautiful bars put in, like fancy bars, not like tourist bars. I wouldn't need the big restaurants because we'd have way fewer people. So we'd have fancier restaurants and more venues and have like cool things to do. Like, I don't know, an arcade. They probably have an arcade, but I'd have a cool arcade. I'd have a movie theater. They probably have that too. But, I would make my own equivalent of the Starship Enterprise, where me and all my friends and all my employees can live on a boat, travel to super cool destinations, and do the things we want to do in the safety and privacy of a private ship at sea. That's a great way to spend $1 billion. Let's actually break it down. Assuming I had $1 billion and I had to spend it today without taking time to plan and without finding a cool cruise ship to buy. And it was like, well, I just have to unload it quickly. And I have, let's say I had 1 year to do it, but I got to, basically pace myself. I got a Brewster's Million the thing. And, well, if I spent $3 million per day, 365, well, that's over $1 billion, right? That's plenty. And when you consider all the fees and things, if you're buying a $3 million property, it's not going to be another $1 million in fees, but there could be another $500,000 in fees, easy, right? Between taxes and repairs and modernization and cleanup and operational costs while you do a transition, you name it, right? So you've got lots of buffer. But at $3 million per day, buying a boutique hotel or large Airbnb property, or finding an empty space and constructing a $3 million beautiful condo complex or beautiful whatever, extremely easy to do that, right? At one per day. So spending $1 billion in a year for someone like me who likes business, like business would actually be this beautiful hobby I'd love to do like that. Easy. That would be super easy. Luke says your super cruiser is ecologically unsound. That is true. Although it doesn't have to go anywhere. That's the real secret. Is like, so I could, under normal circumstances, and I don't know how super cruisers work, so there may be some things I'm missing. But let's say I was able to get one, and most of the time, I'm not saying it would never go anywhere and not be ecologically terrible, but let's say most of the time, it was actually going to anchor at Corinto or there's another port south of it. If you're that size ship, they can do some things. I could anchor it offshore in Nicaragua, like 3 miles offshore, and you run power from the mainland, and you run boats with food from the mainland, and you have it in Nicaraguan territorial waters, which is actually a big deal. Because that keeps you from the U.S. tax thing. You haven't gone to sea. You're just floating in Nicaragua, right? You can be on an island. You can be on a boat in the lake. Like, that's all fine. It's when you're in international waters that becomes a problem. So keep it in territorial waters and anchored, right? It could be like heavily anchored. It could be pyloned in theory. Now, it would be nice if it could move. I don't think having it, but actually anchor it and only move it when there's like storms coming, or once a year maybe it goes to Lima or something, right? But other than that, you keep it as as just a floating thing, and you power it. Now it's just a big floating hotel most of the time, but you still have the safety. You don't have to worry about someone breaking in. Like, how are they going to get to you, right? You're in this completely secure thing. You can have all the luxury you want in the world. That could be really cool, with the ability to go somewhere sometimes, but most of the time not going somewhere, right? Just like if the Enterprise is in dry dock, right? You still want to be on the Enterprise. It's super luxurious. Think about how cool the quarters were. But when your door opens, you step out into people and room service to every room, and just there's something cool about it, right? Expossess says over 1,000 years for a billionaire to spend all their dollars. It goes fast. It really would. If you're buying anything of any size, because when you think about, like, some people are buying houses of over $100 million, and you're getting multiple. Ooh, a luxury oil rig is another potential option. I don't think they're big enough, though. How big is an oil rig? I mean, I know they're big, right? And I know people have built homes on them, and like you can have a lot of people, but like hundreds of people in luxury? I don't think so. Maybe they're bigger than I think, and certainly you could put two next to each other and do some stuff. Sorry, testing out some code here. Where I can buy used ships. Here we go. Cruise ship for sale. 29 million. That's way cheaper than I was expecting, but it's not as big as I would want. But 29 million, that's not bad. Total passenger capacity 922. Now that's actually quite realistic, though. If I was to change it from having 922 to being more like 300, and everyone's room is 3 times the size, and obviously my personal room would be like 20 times the size, that seems like it would work really well. It's flagged out of Liberia. Wow. Currently in Hamburg. Now that seems like a deal. That's so realistic. Now it's definitely a smaller cruise ship, but those rooms look comfy. This is hilarious. Okay, hold on. We gotta like. We're not gonna look at a whole bunch of ships, but we are gonna look at this one because this is great. Thanks, Mark, who just sent that to me. What to do when life is good. So this is, if I had $1 billion, getting one of these at this price, I could totally do. And again, if you anchor it, right, do all the things, so it could go somewhere. I certainly wouldn't want to make it unable to be seaworthy. That would suck. Oh, really? You own a big cruise ship? Do you ever take it anywhere? I can't. That would be lame. But the amount of time that I want to leave Nicaragua is very little. But when I do want to leave, I do want to go to, Colombia, Panama, Guatemala. There's a lot of places that are not that far away. I really like going around Latin America, right? So when I take my vacations around Latin America, heading up to Mexico or going down to Chile, completely doable with a ship like this. But you just do it once or twice a year and have everyone, everybody who wants to go stays on board, and those who don't get off. And I'm trying to share this. Capture. Chrome boats. So there we go. Now, no one go and grab this boat before I can get it. So check this out. Right, 29 million is the asking price. I mean, there's a good chance you're gonna get this for 28, right? So could be a good deal. But let's take a look at these pictures. So first of all, you can't tell me that you wouldn't hear the Love Boat playing all the time while you're on there. Now, that's a comfy looking stateroom. It's small, but now remember, I'm saying take out 2 or 3 of these and put them together so that people would have, and obviously this would be a major retrofit, right? So millions of dollars would go into the retrofit. But if each of my friends had a room twice this size, and still with just one bathroom, but the bathroom would be twice the size of maybe 3 times the size of a normal ship bathroom to be ultra luxury and comfortable. Put in nicer TVs, have ship-wide internet, super nice fiber going out to the ship from shore. These rooms could be crazy comfortable. And we got little stores in there. How many stores do you actually need in the ship? Not many. That would be silly. There it is in some interesting place. This is the bar as it is. Like, how fun to walk down in your socks. You don't even need to put shoes on. Go down, hang out with all of your friends in your luxury personal bar. I assume it's got swimming pools on there somewhere. I haven't seen. That doesn't look very interesting. But no, that would be fun. You got places to go out and sit outside and have outdoor meetings or just hang out with friends. It's a cool little window. I like that. Wine cellar. Yes, I want a floating wine cellar. If I have $1 billion, I am totally getting a floating wine cellar. You guys have sold me on this idea. Personal movie theater. I think that's what that is. Yeah. That is small enough that it apparently goes in a river. That's that same room. But comfy. Like, that looks... if I had a cruise ship to live on and went back to my room and this is my comfy room, yeah, I'm there. Dinner with my friends with live piano music. Heck yeah. I'm going to get a marimba player who's in there every day. Here they are outrunning the police. High-speed chase on the river. That's just like an area to walk around. That's nice looking. Sushi bar, maybe? Okay. And like, how many restaurants and dining rooms are in this thing? Right? At least 3 or 4. Oh, my cat's out there making all kinds of noise. So that is 29 million and enough for me and 300 of my friends to live in. And it could be more. You don't actually have to reduce. Like, if you only cut it in a little bit more than half, you could get over 400 or right about 400 people on that ship. That is a fantastic idea. Thanks, Mark. I think that's what we'll do. All right. Get back to the questions. As recently as the early 70s, the U.S. military still had use of script. Over 1,000 years for a billionaire. Luke says, no one. Sorry, I'm late. Good discussion, Beverly says. Thanks, Beverly. Goodbye, Greenland. We commented on that. Would I still live in Leon? From Gargandale. I mean, I would. It would be my base. I would travel more, I'm sure. But I really like Leon, right? Like, I chose Leon intentionally. If I had $1 billion, let me tell you, though, that train between Leon and Managua would be a lot more likely. And not just, so here's the thing. I love train travel, right? As my viewers know, I love train travel. But if I had $1 billion, right, I would most certainly negotiate with the government of Nicaragua to, one, help promote the trains, make sure it happened and fast, right? But also that I would have a private car, because I would have worked so hard to make the trains happen. That I would have a private car that I can take and gets taken wherever. So I can always be on the train and always have like a whole car with like my own food and my own place to sleep and my own giant bathroom, because that's the one thing you don't like on trains. I wouldn't necessarily tell everyone I was a billionaire, but there would be signs. But yes, I mean, we love Leon. We love the community here. And that's another, I've got lots of projects in Leon that's like, if I had access to, certainly not billions, but, several $1 million, I've got some really cool city projects that I would certainly do. Things that aren't necessarily like government projects, but things that a group or a group of investors or a single large investor could make really positive impacts. For example, I know a zone of the city that I think with the right investment could become a really important tourist hotspot. Like there's, I think, a potential to create a really, really good tourism market in Leon, but it would take, it can't be done piecemeal. It requires a single entity with vision and financial power to come in and buy up a zone, all of which is for sale, I guarantee. And the few parts that aren't for sale, you could get on board with the project. Like, okay, we're not going to buy you, but you got to participate in what we're doing, right? And everyone wins. And I think the people will be like, whoa, okay. And create a really beautiful greenway through the city and do some really cool things, right? There's some stuff like that. And you wouldn't, you don't have to be a billionaire, but someone with $10 million to throw around could really make a big impact like that. And the thing is, when you talk about like how long would it take for a billionaire to spend their money? Well, $10 million represents 1%, right? So certainly that's not going to tap you out or anything, but you can only do so many projects of that size that don't bring returns before you run out of money. Now, of course, some of those you're hoping would at least hold their value and you're not like burning your money. You're hoping that it's a worthwhile investment that maybe not the biggest return, but is giving you, ecological returns to offset the fuel consumption of your ship or whatever. But yeah, I think Leon would remain my I'd buy Matagalpa. I might buy Matagalpa, that's true. I would definitely have places around the country, right? I'd have a place in Managua. I would have a place in Leon. I would have a place in Matagalpa. All the places that I like to go, I would have a really nice place. Because why not stay in your own place when you have $1 billion? I'd have a place in Ometepe for sure. I'd have a place in Guate for sure. I'd have a place in Cayala. I would definitely have a place in Bolivia. And I'd have that private plane. Like, I'd actually lose my $1 billion really quickly, is the gist of it. D. Gilbert is here. Scott, howdy. Senla Lowell. Is it Senla Lowell? Never invested in Bitcoin because I never understood it. For me, Bitcoin rhymes with BS coin. Your super cruiser is ecologically unsound. Beam me up, Scotty. It would be fantastic, right? Everyone's like, wait, when you talk about it like the Enterprise. Oh, because cruise ships, they sound like garbage to me, right? With a straight up cruise, I'm like, that sounds like pure hell. So I'm just on a floating hotel that's like cramped and like, and I'm going to big buffets. No. But if it's my cruise ship, first of all, I own it. So it's a complete, like, oh my gosh, I got drunk and passed out in the hallway. No one's like throwing me off the ship because I did that, right? Because it's mine. Or when you start thinking of it like in the Starship Enterprise, you're like, wait, people move in, they have bigger space, they have their things with them. You have, this safety and this inclusion, but it's so big that you have this beautiful environment and all your friends are there. And of course, you could do this on land too, and I've thought about that. Um, and everybody has amazing internet, and you have services inside, right? So like instead of Netflix coming from the outside, you'd have Jellyfin, right? Little plug for Jellyfin on a huge server with giant RAM and huge SSDs, so everybody gets instant movies of anything they want inside the ship, and it's just perfect, right? And you don't have to deal with your own internet. Everybody's on the ship Wi-Fi. It's all automatic. It's all blazing fast. It's all amazing. And everyone has this comfy room like on the Starship Enterprise, and everyone has maid service, and everyone has food delivery to their room. And you can sit in your room and look up every restaurant in the entire ship, which is not that many. But you can see every menu all at once and decide where to go or order to your room. You can see where your friends are going. You have perfect spaces to go to a beautiful bar. You have perfect spaces to throw a D&D party. You can have launches to go to and from the mainland, right? So you may put it in Corinto, so people want to run out to Chinandega or whatever. Maybe we could get it somewhere in Leon so I can get easily to home. Actually, Corinto could get easily to home too. With a few little things, suddenly it's like, ooh, this is a level of comfort that people don't picture when you start being like, all my friends live here, right? So it's like, I'm going to dinner. Oh my gosh, it's all my friends. And that's what's cool about the Enterprise is when you step out, everyone knows each other, and you're always at home. And also it works through the night. And having lived in a hotel, and the way that my house works, we have staff 24/7 here. Once you've lived that way, there's something awful about not having there be activity in the middle of the night. I love living in a place where there's someone working 24 hours a day. Oh my gosh, I heard a sound outside. Well, I know the person who's outside is going to go check on it, right? I know if something bad happened, they would call for me. I know if I oversleep and forget to open the doors for staff to come in the morning. Well, I know they're going to come and knock on I know someone's there to let them in. Like all these things, it's just, there's a comfort to that most people never experience or on any scale. Because when you go to bed at night, your world kind of shuts down. You kind of just hope for the best. Right, and I'm not saying that we're in any danger here. Or I grew up in New York. Like, was I afraid of people breaching the house during the night? No, but do I have friends who had people break into their house while they slept? Yeah, it happens. Even in New York, it happens. And so there's always that like, oh, if everyone's asleep, no one's keeping watch. And I want my dogs to be able to sleep with me. I don't want them to have to stay up and keep watch. They're alert, but they're asleep. But when you have someone working and standing outside your house or standing outside your bedroom door, and their job is to carry a machete and a flashlight and just be awake and patrol, you're like, I know that nothing bad is going on, right? Like I just have that comfort. It's a whole peace of mind that most people don't have, and you would have that on that kind of cruise ship. You'd be like, all of this is always active. It's always being monitored by real people going about their days, and like it's just really cool. It's hard to describe that comfort until you experience it, and then you're like, oh, I get it. Oh, that's crazy. Have UAE build the oil rig for you. Okay. Luxury oil rigs. Spinning space habitats create artificial gravity. We could do the same thing in the ocean, spin really fast and stick to the sides of the thing. How has El Salvador economy fared after the move to Bitcoin? So El Salvador gave up on Bitcoin long ago, right? It was a total failure, and they abandoned it. I think in 2023, it never took off. They never made the move. The government put in like Bitcoin ATMs and pushed for everyone to get the app, but the app didn't work when it first came out. But businesses never moved to it because it was super cumbersome and didn't make any sense, and people just worked in cash. And so it never got its legs under it, and they canceled it nearly immediately. And so it is the example of why Bitcoin won't work, because El Salvador was a great experiment, and I'm not saying that they were bad for trying it or that it was a foolish move or that Bukele's crazy. Like he decided to take a gamble on something interesting. I think a little bit more research. Here's the thing that's scary. Now we wonder if the lack of research and the obvious failures were not because they thought it was a good economic thing, but because they were part of a group that was propping up right certain elements in the Epstein circle. That is now the missing piece of why Bitcoin clearly wasn't well suited for what they were trying to do. Why was Bitcoin chosen? And the logic has always been stated as, well, if you do no research and don't know anything about crypto coin, people know the word Bitcoin, so they jumped on it. But it only takes a few hours of research or asking casually from someone who's used it to be like, is this good for everyday transactions? And people are like, no, that no. Other crypto coins, yes, but not this one, right? So whether it was an honest move to try to use it or not now is very much in question. But the idea of going to a cryptocurrency, I think, was interesting. I don't think they were ready. It definitely impacted their economy a little bit, but not dramatically because so few people did anything, right? Did the government spend money on the ATMs? Yes, that was all lost. Did they put a lot of money into advertising? Yes, that was mostly lost. But a lot of crypto bros decided to invest in the country just because trying to prop up Bitcoin and trying to make it look successful artificially. There was a ton of that trying to use it as a launch platform, but it missed the mark, right? So it's become the poster child for if that amount of effort in that economy was unable to get any traction, holy cow, there's no way like any semblance of Bitcoin could actually be used on scale that people have pretended was destroyed by the failure in El Salvador. But overall, El Salvador was already expected to have a big economic hit because of the way that they tackled stuff in their country. It was, projected that they were going to take a much worse hit economically than they did. And so mixed into that was also a hit taken from the Bitcoin fiasco. So I would say it must have really not impacted them, or else their other economic things did really well, considering how well they fared based on what they did. Now, overall, their economy has struggled quite a bit, but not because of Bitcoin. It has certainly shaken a lot of investors who were being wooed based on, promises of some crypto paradise. I don't know what, a lot of it was just throwing the word crypto around and people being like, oh, it must be cool. Because they weren't really pushing anything that would make someone who was into crypto actually care. That was a bit weird, but they had promised or proposed their crypto city in the south in La Union, very close to Nicaragua. And they're going to build these power plants to power Bitcoin mining, and they were going to build an entire community around that and fund it with the mining, and none of that ever got started, right? Doesn't exist at all. So a lot of people, I think, were kind of roped into the Salvadorian dream, and then it didn't happen, right? Luke says, you would so pull up to port in Crete and Sicily. I totally would. I lived on Crete and Sicily and hanging out, like showing up because Sicily, I'd be able to see where I lived from the port, but I don't know if I would go back there. Like I don't miss that. That's interesting. It's the one place I really don't miss is living in Sicily. But Crete, oh my gosh, I miss my old home. I want to buy the house I used to rent. Love that house. I'm not going to tell you the house because it's so fantastic. But Rethymno, right in the center, I'd be able to pull that ship right up and park in Rethymno, and I would definitely spend some of my time there. But Spain, I used to live within sight of the port in Spain, the port of Malaga. was within sight of my house. Very distant site, many miles away, like 40 miles away. I was up on the mountains way out in Granada. But that would be amazing to be able to pull up there. I would go to Algeria and Tunisia and hang out in that area. I could even go into the Black Sea with that, hang out in Istanbul, obviously, go into the Black Sea and get pretty close to where I used to live in Romania. You can go to Ukraine and safe areas of Ukraine and cross at Odessa and cross into Moldova, which I absolutely love. And I love Ukraine. I used to live there. So many areas that I'm really, really passionate about spending a lot of time outside of Nicaragua would be so accessible. Plus going around LATAM, and I would totally do that. Nika Raider says, "Saludo Scout, I just got off work. What did I miss?" Yeah, we're talking about the Bitcoin collapse, and then the dream of what if you had $1 billion, and I'm like, I'd buy a cruise ship for all my friends and park it offshore in Nicaragua and just live the Nicaraguan life on our cruise ship, which I would turn into basically my friend's Starship Enterprise that goes to cool cultural places and has a big bar. EPE Life says, "Hola, Scott, you sound much healthier today. Peter Val, listening to your great conversation from Messiah." He always says from Messiah. He forgot it today. Thanks. I'm feeling quite a bit better today. And I mentioned it earlier, the nebulizer that Gigi dropped off for me has certainly helped. I've used that many times today. It makes a difference. John Blair is here. "Hey, Scott, hope you are well. Knocking out the pneumonia. We're almost there. I know this is a vague question, but here goes. What personality traits and behavior would you say North Americans have who thrive in Nicaragua as expats or immigrants?" Well, I think there are some that do stand out. Obviously, to some degree, adventurous, right? People who are not change averse and are very open to that. Like, I'm going to take my life. I'm going to throw all the bits of my life in a box and close it up and shake it, and then dump them out and see where they fall. Right? The people who are just happy with new experiences and aren't like painfully fearful of just anything being different than before, really have a major advantage. And not just Nicaragua, becoming expats. That's a pretty general thing, and something that we find that there's just so many people who are either unable to become expats because they're so fearful of change, or people who haven't really thought about the change and then move to a new country and then are like, but how do I live the life I had here? And it's like, oh, we thought you understood that this was going to be a different life here. Right. Hopefully better, but different. And a lot of people are like, well, I don't want different. I want the same life I had. I just want it to be cheaper or whatever. And it's like, oh, that's not really how it works. Right? A lot of the cheaper comes from living differently. And some of it comes from things just cost less, and some of it comes from tax advantages. But a lot of it comes from living differently as well. And if you want to live the same, not just as well, but the same, often there's really big cost penalties to that. Not always, but quite often. And so those are things you really have to consider, that you may be creating some really high costs, some really difficult things by working exceptionally hard to avoid change. I think that, and I don't know if this is a personality trait, but people who are really looking to be around other expats, they're I'll call this a personality trait. You can tell me if this counts for you, but when people are really like, I want to be around other expats, I'm not looking to integrate into the culture. While there isn't particularly something wrong with that, I think that it really lowers your success rates significantly because a lot of reasons, right? Expats come and go, whereas Nicaraguans stay. You have a group that is on scale, not looking to really be a part of the environment, obviously. And so a tiny community that's clinging to the fringes of society, it just sounds like it's not going to be super successful, right? It sounds like a very difficult thing to do. And it really is, right? So it's Sorry, I gotta check something here. Makes no sense. Hold on, I gotta write a little. Other personality traits and behaviors. People who are extroverted, they're very outgoing, looking to meet new people. I think that contributes to success. Behaviors. Honestly, the biggest thing, but not 100% of the time. But excitement, a positive attitude is really big. If people are moving down because they're excited about Nicaragua, I guess let's back up. Being excited and just being positive makes everything in life easier, right? But moving to a new country and dealing with all the things that come at you, that's big. So just having a positive attitude helps. But also being interested and doing research ahead of time, and not moving to Nicaragua because, hey, I just heard about this place. Let's give it a try. Nothing wrong with that. That's how I got here, right? So I'm not going to knock it. But, sorry, I got an itch. But if you're going to be successful, there has to be, or almost always there needs to be, this connection where you're like, oh, I'm interested in this place. I'm going to learn about this place. I'm going to be aware of this place, right? When we know people who are failing here, almost always, they never got to know the place. They never took the time to understand anything about it, which no one's going to understand that stuff when they first arrive, or very little. But some people are, I'll use the Allison example, right? Nice people, came down, lived for a long time, right? Nothing negative about them as people, but they did a few of these things, right? And they were temporarily successful. If you'd asked them for the first 3 years, they'd be like, yeah, this was a great success. We love living in Nicaragua, right? They were in an expat enclave. They spent their time around other expats. They were happy with that. Nothing wrong with that. But they never were interested in Nicaragua to a great degree. They never took time to learn about it and really understand how things work. They always were, as is common in the enclaves, they saw themselves as outsiders. They saw themselves as transitory coming through the country. And then when something bad happened, on one hand, they were completely unprepared for it. So what should have been, and I don't want to make light of someone dying, but what should have been a minor legal issue that led to an unpleasant, stressful weekend, instead turned into a life-destroying disaster that caused them that they had to move away. And their threshold for moving away was very low, right? Now I'm not saying it was super low. They had really good reasons for moving away by the end of her story, but you can look at the pattern and go, oh yeah, no, I can see this arm's length resident behavior. It's not unethical, it's not harmful, but it's definitely not going to create a great situation. Just how could it, right? It just doesn't make sense that it would be able to, because it's you can imagine in your, whatever country we're coming from, United States for me, imagine if some Nicaraguans moved into my neighborhood in Geneseo, New York, right? And they moved in and they're like, oh, well, we don't dislike all of you who grew up here, but we're going to go live in a walled compound or a gated compound, and we're going to hide in there. We're going to order in food, and we're going to do our own thing. We're really never going to interact with anybody. We wouldn't be like, oh, those terrible people, but we'd be like, oh, yeah, there's like an enclave of some weirdos who just live off there and we don't care, right? And they would never learn where's a good restaurant to go to. Not really. They would never learn how to deal with things. They would never learn how things work. They would never become a part of the culture. They wouldn't be hanging out with people. And so because of that, that sounds crazy. As an American, you're like, why would someone move to America and have so little interest in it? What made you move there if you're so disinterested in it? But in Nicaragua, so often people do move and have no interest. They're like, the average expat's like, no, I don't know any history of the country. They're not most expats can't tell you who's president of the country, right? The current government is a black hole to them. I don't know the government. That's all they know. Like, no, this is a tiny country. Those are real people. Like, you could know, your mayor, your cacique, your chief of police, your president, right? Your National Assembly people. Like you may not know them personally. You may not be having cocktails on the weekend, but you can find their names and be aware of what's going on. And if you just watch the news channel, there's one channel that the government puts out to keep you in the loop, right? You pretty much know a bunch of names just because it's in the news every day, because there's only a few people. It's a tiny country, right? And if you ran into people who were, supposedly moved to the United States and were living there, they think for the rest of their lives, and you're like, so have you learned English? And they'd be like, no, never really. Can you order in restaurants? No, I just use my phone and show people. Really? And yeah, I hire people who speak whatever I speak to come to, my house and do things. Well, wow, okay. And, do you, I don't even know the things, right? Like, it's. Do you ever go to the restaurant? No. Do you ever go explore the country? No, I never do that. Do you ever? Do you? What do you think of the current president? Oh, I'm not sure who's president. Like, imagine being in America and being like, I don't know who's president, right? That sounds completely insane. And yet here we find it all the time. And so that's just. It's such a weird thing. So people with that attitude, right? That I'm not really here attitude. I'm not really jumping in with both feet. I'm just living on the fringes of society. Their failure rate is high. Some people, absolutely, that's what they love that lifestyle and they thrive in it and they stay forever. But they're very rare. Tim in Nicaragua says, if I had $1 billion, I would put a new roof on the trailer, and if I had some left over, I would put some new tires on the truck. Luke says, John, response, for those who seek to understand before being understood. EPE Life says, that reminds me playing with my Lionel trains at home in San Francisco, California. That's another thing. If I had $1 billion, I would have a lot of model train stuff brought down. You wouldn't be able to do these live streams if I lived on a boat. I would, because I quite literally would have fiber run out to it. So here, I'll show a map of where I think I would probably go. Let's all go look at the map. All right, this is Leon. There we go. So Miramar this is Port of Sandino, the village of the operators. I love that that's its name. El Valero is right here. That I could have a really comfy house in El Valero. But Miramar, let's see if I can find the spot. I think it's right here. All right, we're gonna. Uh, how am I not finding it? What? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so this is the National Fuel Supply facility. So this is where, and oh no, that's probably it right there. No, normally somewhere right out here there are tankers. Yeah, you can't see them here, but what? There's a bar out in the middle of the ocean. I don't think that's real. But so tankers sit out here and anchor, and they have and they have lines that come in to Miramar, and they pump the fuel. Well, anchoring very close to there, not so close that you get in the way, and having lines that come in with electricity and potentially drinking water and internet, fiber internet, would be extremely easy. So you could put like a little dock out there that actually has a stable spot for all that stuff to come into, and then the boat just anchors next to it and runs cables just that little distance up from that little spot, and you would have basically the equivalent of a KAO campground hookup, but for a cruise ship. And then you don't have to run the engines. That's the big thing, is you don't want to be running the engines to produce your power. You want to bring in your power from the mainland most of the time, so you get your solar plants and all that stuff generating that. And you could even put, I got $1 billion to work with, right? I can put a big solar plant right next to that facility in Miramar and generate the electricity for the boat and not even have to tap the grid in any way. Plus, you could put some solar on the boat, who knows? But you could do that really easily. And then that road 52 and 52B along there are nice paved roads, and so with that you'd really easily be able to ship in food from Managua, from Leon, and take it out by the launches to keep the main boat stocked all the time. It's really not the crazy plan that it sounds like. It's actually pretty cool. And considering that, you know, so many people want to live with air conditioning and something modern and just a very different lifestyle, you'd be able to have, really cool menus, stock the kitchens on there really well, you could have guest chefs, like you could hire chefs from Managua to come in once a month and find like 30 restaurants you really like and just pay for a different chef once a month to come out on a rotation, and you wouldn't really need that many. You'd want like a standard chef who does certain nights. You'd have like your own pizza place on there. You'd have, of course, Nicaraguan food that's available all the time. You'd have a diner or whatever, but you'd also have a fancy place so you could do your steaks and your salmon and your, and just have a variety of things that aren't crazy, and especially having many fewer people than the ships are normally meant for. You don't need all the kitchen capacity. You don't need all the dining room capacity. You can make it really nice. And I can just easily imagine, being like, I feel like escaping to my stateroom on the ocean and have beautiful views of Nicaragua there, and have my chef come in and do all the cooking for me, and just sometimes, it's a very North American thing. I think Nicaraguans will go stir crazy on the boat most of the time because they love going out and doing stuff. But bring in live musicians every day, right? You got $1 billion, right? It's no problem, and have cool little concerts. Maybe not every day, but several days of the week. Just have some live show in the evening. Always have things to do. I'd make it work. I really would. Living the Tony Montana life without the paranoia or rusty pipes. Steve says, hijacking Bitcoin book explains everything. Don't know that book. Sounds good. James McGowan. Hello from Fundy. Good area Nicaragua for arthritis sufferers. Probably Leon and Chinandega, I would imagine. We're on the drier side. Not dry, but we're on the drier side. And nice and warm. So generally that's what you want for arthritis. We don't get the super dry, like, the Chilean desert or anything like that. But we're not. We did get rain today, by the way, which was surprising. Larry just said, son just called. He's planning on coming here the end of August until the beginning of September for a week. I told him Scott would be happy for all of us to have dinner at his home every day. That's awesome that your son's coming down. When's the last time he was here, Larry? I've never gotten to meet him. I wish my dad could make it down. He can't even make the live stream tonight. He's got bursitis that's really bothering him. But it would be so cool if my dad could come down. So I have the opposite. Larry's got his son coming down. But I wish my dad could come down. It would be super cool. He would, of course, move, right, if he could come down. Well, now you guys are quiet because I got busy. KL7RC. Oh, that's got arrival in 11 days. Congratulations, February 16th. That's exciting. We always have so many people from our community moving down. It's so cool. All right, got a lot of stuff going on. Your subliminal placement worked. Now I have to make some tea. This is a honey... Does it say what it is? Honey manzanilla. Not my favorite by any stretch, but figured it would probably be good for my throat. And I've been having so much green tea and peppermint tea that I just wanted to shake it up a little bit. What's everybody doing this weekend? Big plans? Hope we will see you in Leon if I drive by for lunch or dinner. What are your plans while you're here? How long are you here? What are you doing? Where are you headed? How long is the quarantine for pets into the country? There's no quarantine. James says, only one downfall of cruise ship living, sewage. That's true. However, if you live on the coast here, you have the same problem, so it's probably better on the cruise ship, because on the cruise ship you have like really good mechanisms to measure it and know how long you can like deal with it. On anyone who lives on the beaches knows that you basically have a plastic container in the ground and you just... There's no monitoring on it. When it starts to be a problem, you have to call someone to come pump it out. It's one of the reasons why I'm living where I am on the beach, not at this moment, but in the future, because we're able to have a massive leach field and real sewage and the ability to flush toilet paper. Eat your hearts out, people. Although we're not going to flush toilet paper because we are civilized people who would never consider building something without it having bidets, because not having bidets is strangely gross. I don't understand North Americans and their aversion to being clean. Speaking of toilets, Tony says, Super Bowl Sunday. It's a bowl joke, you see. Larry says, him and his wife haven't been here. Oh, has never been here. He was living and working in Anchorage. I knew that. Alaska for several years. He just became Indy police officer. I did know that. That will be his first vacation. Wow. I didn't realize, though, that he had never moved down. Beverly says, AI got it wrong again. This is one of my strongest recommendations. Do not even try using AI about Nicaragua. be very cautious using it for anything, but there are cases where it's quite useful. So you just have to be very aware. But for Nicaragua, it has no possible source of information. Because it has no source, there's these two factors that are going to be combined. One is it has no source. And so you just know. You can look on the internet, the sources don't exist, right? There's no central repository for it to pull from. The other factor is that all AIs, whether it's Claude or ChatGPT or Grok or whatever, all of them make their money by you being happy and coming back to them. In all cases, they tell you what you want to hear, which, not that you wanted to hear that there was a quarantine, but you wanted an answer and you wanted it to be authoritative. So they will always give you an answer that sounds reasonable and that they present as if they're reasonably sure, even if there's no source and they're completely fabricating it. So that's where the danger comes in, is that they will not just give you misinformation, but they'll give it to you in a very trusted, personal, confident way, regardless of how much it's based on something or purely hallucination. And so that makes it really dangerous. So for something like Nicaragua, where you are aware ahead of time that it can't know, asking it to fabricate an answer is a really bad idea, because you have to know that it's not based on anything. You could just lie to yourself as easily, like, I'm gonna say there's a quarantine, ta-da, right? Because that's all it's doing. It's just rolling the dice and saying what is the most likely thing to be believed. So there could be a quarantine now, but there was not for anyone I know bringing their animals in. It's instant. You know, we had our dogs in our home the same day that we flew them in. KL7 says 3 to 6 months. We'll look for a finca and waterfront. I've got a finca for you if you want here in Leon. 20 manzanas, fruit trees, safe area, kind of quiet. I say I have. I don't own it. I wish I owned another finca. I'd keep it. I wouldn't sell it to you. Sorry. But I have a friend's uncle who is, we just looked at it this week, selling 20 manzanas for someone looking to, I don't know, grow stuff. I don't know why you would, but go crazy. Hablamos luego, perfecto, he says. If you want to be in the Leon area, that is. Would your cruise ship options to vegan? There would be so much vegan on my cruise ship, it would be amazing. We'd have the majority of the nation's vegan food would be on my cruise ship. That's how cool it would be. And I would definitely get that cook who does that vegan restaurant in Hinotepe to be out there at least twice a month. maybe actually get that restaurant to just come in and put on their buffet. Actually, that would be amazing, right? Because cruise ships have buffet capacity, and there's this buffet in Hino Tepe that is so good. If we could bring out their chefs on like a weekend or something and have them do like a buffet of vegan on the ship, oh my gosh, you guys are making me really want this ship. Yeah, vegan on the ship would be a nice bonus. Oh, my daughter's requesting a video game. I'm going to step away soon to get some more tea. Got to keep the fluids boring. Maria Penaplum. Hey, Scott, does the Hilton Princess and Doubletree of Managua give free breakfast with your gold status? They do. I believe they both do. I know with the Doubletree that I get breakfast vouchers, right? You got to get the, I don't know what status gives you the breakfast, but it's not just open. So I know with my gold, it's at least an option to have the free breakfast. If you are familiar with gold, I'm a Hilton guy. You can opt out of the breakfast and get some extra points instead, which I would normally do. But every time I do, they give me free breakfast anyway. So, Ice Cube says, tea, a shot of whiskey will cure you. Private vegan cruise ship, the Watercress. Ooh. Yeah. I think that it's, being where it is, I think it would have to be the Arlen CU. Noelcast 007 says, hey, Scott, how's the temperature out there? I heard DePilto got 10 degrees Fahrenheit last night. Too cold for Nicaragua. Right here in New York is 25, and the weekend we'll get to negative 10 or negative 15. Ouch. That's crazy. I've heard some rumors that it got down like that, but I've not heard internally that that's true. That's so cold. It's unbelievable. We only got down to 65 here, and only one day. We've only dipped to 70 other days. Like tonight, we're going to go down to 22, which is, chilly for us, but it's not like cold. Like room temperature in the States is, 19 or whatever. I'm always bad at these conversions. So our low tonight is going to be 71. So I mean that's gonna be chilly for us, but and then the low that we've had at all in Leon for this whole thing was 18 or 18 and a half. Luke's taking off. Time to study for class. Audio, y'all. Lana Noble says, still baseball at the stadium, or is the season over? No, it was the no baseball in town today. The Leon Leones, the national champions, our local team. Viva Leon! Odino! were in Caracas today playing the Colombia team, and losing last I saw. But I was watching a few minutes of the game earlier today, and I was confused because everybody's shirt said Venezuela, and it clearly showed Nicaragua and a Colombian flag. And I'm like, why are they showing the Colombian flag? But it was actually Nicaragua versus Colombia, but in Venezuela. Isakur Kasahan says, hey Scott, great to see you. D. Gilbert says, do you hear any more about those tickets for the international games? Did I hear any more about those tickets? I've not heard anything yet about tickets. I know that there's some games supposedly coming up that hopefully I'll be able to go to. I'd really like to. I like going to like the Cuba games. Like those are really good. John Blair says, speaking of money and investment, if you had $1 billion and could invest it in the Leon area, what would you invest in? So probably a lot of things, right? I wouldn't put it all into, it wouldn't be like, I have $1 billion, we're doing this project, right? It would probably be way more like housing and development projects around the city. I would, love to see another factory or something similar to a factory coming into town. I think that would be really good. We've got the Yazaki plant that's here. They make such a big difference in town, and they've got buses that run around the city to pick people up, and it's such a good place to work. Something like that would be really, really beneficial. I think a food processing plant, a place that's going to separately. I think we need to make something that we ship out, that we're actually doing assembly and making products. I think that would be good. We are kind of a hub for things. I would certainly build a truly epic train station. Wink, wink. With amazing venues for restaurants and live music and grocery and all kinds of stuff. And do it up like I don't know. Has anyone been to Basel, Switzerland? I know, not the biggest place, but Basel, or especially, obviously this is absurd, right? But the Madrid train station is so good, but Basel is still a pretty major hub. But it's so great, right? You got great cafes, you got little food carts, you've got a full grocery store, you've got areas to sit and hang out. It's a hub of community activity, right? And having something, maybe not the same scale, but having a really nice place to offload products coming in and out of Leon and coming in and out of Managua, having shopping places so that people who are looking for specialty goods from Managua, instead of having to go into the city, they're right there in the train station, and like you can use that as a hub for things. We have this beautiful new bus station here in Sutiava, having take a nod from that and put in a big train station that could be a showcase to encourage the rest of the country to do similar, right? Because Chinandega should have one, Managua certainly should have one, right? They should have something just epic. They should make the U.S. embarrassed. They should put something like, not like Penn Station or Grand Central, which are amazing, but they're amazing by being ostentatious. But instead, they should do something that is a practical European-style station where it's a livable thing. Like, people don't really want to live in Penn Station. People aren't generally too excited about going to a restaurant in Penn Station. But if you're living in Palermo, and because I've lived in Sicily, and you want to go to a nice restaurant, you might go to the train station, right? Hey, let's meet at the train station, right? Like, it's such a cool hub of people coming and going from other parts of the island, and Palermo actually connects to the mainland. They put the trains on boats, and it's freaking cool. I love the train station culture. It's kind of like where airports were in the 1950s. You know, anyone could go to the airport and be a part of the hub of people coming and going from the city. And the bus terminal here in Leon kind of has that, right, where it's like, well, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of shopping you do in the terminal. The Mercado Terminal is part of the bus terminal, and there's certain things you go there to buy. And it's neat being part of the going in, going out thing. And so it would be really really cool to have that, and trains just make that so much more connected, so much more interesting and neat, and they're just so much more fun to watch, and then it would encourage people to use it, like, oh, you get to hang out, and by hanging out you're kind of experiencing it, and it makes it feel comfortable and not such a foreign thing that you're like, well, I don't know if it's for me, I don't know if I could do that, right? If you're in there hanging out and watching people use the trains and stuff, it's just really good. Don Timoteo says the Taiwan Metro mixes with the airport and shopping center. Yeah, all that. There's so many great things you can do with transportation. So that's one thing I would do. I know of like an abandoned hotel. I'd love to get that. There's a couple abandoned properties or like unused, long-term unused properties that I'd love to get my hands on. That, you know, are they gonna make money? I don't think so. But if I had $1 billion to invest, like these are things that are kind of acting like eyesores or gaps that normal people are not, you know, it's not like, oh, I can go onto this street, there's this house that's kind of decrepit, I'll buy it and fix it up. Sure, but almost, you know, 50% of Nicaraguans could buy that house and fix it up. Like I'm not doing something unique and special there, but like the old out of use and no one thinks it's worth anything hotel on the east side of town. Well, it used to have a nice restaurant. It was a popular place for having a pool. It's in an important location. I think that could go from being a kind of a spot where, you know, some hoodlums might want to kind of camp out in the shadows at night to a lively place that makes the bypass a lot more attractive at night and encourages people to have nightlife in that zone, right? Again, which they did once upon a time. The biggest thing that I would most certainly do, I'd be just so passionate about this project, and it does not require $1 billion, but $1 billion would help, obviously, is building a cross-city greenway. I want to build a greenway through the city that includes hospitality, shopping, and pedestrian way the whole way, so that you can cross from the east side of the bypass all the way to the really remote barrios in the southwest, through a beautifully solar powered, lit at night greenway that gives you really interesting places to walk, has really good mosquito coverage, and connects the city so that more people can get more places in the city without needing to take motorized transport. And I would hope with $1 billion, right? If you gave me $1 billion and were like, this is it, you know, it doesn't get to be yours. You've got to use it in Leon. That's the kind of money that lets me go to the Alcaldía, the government in the city, and say, I want to work on a completely new public transportation project. Like, let's put in a trolley that takes you up and down Ruben Dario, right? And goes all the way to the beach. From Central Park to the beach on the main road, trolley, right? Obviously a super modern one, a tram. But in that old-fashioned vibe trolley that connects that whole zone so that people from downtown, they don't have to take that cramped bus. They get on this little thing, cute little thing, like you make it a tourist thing. You make it that the community feels really good about it. You make it cost 20 cents. And that kind of stuff. You know, doing big projects to make it very inhospitable to cars, but make it that you don't need cars in the city. I know we can't make Leon car free, but we could do a lot to get it really close to it. And I think with $1 billion, I think we could put in a tram like that. I think we could put in the train station. And I think we could build the greenway. And I think a lot of those would have big city growth, right? A lot of those are things that would, build an economy by one, creating jobs to build them, but also give them communities to grow around and offer community activities so that people just have more to do. And that would bring in more Nicaraguans. I mean, if you think about Grenada and the things that they did with the Calzada in the last 5 years, people are way more likely from the rest of Nicaragua to go to Grenada and experience those things because more people have more money, so they need a place to go. And Grenada has really upped their game on a bunch of that stuff. When I lived there, the waterfront and the Eastern Calzada was dangerous. Like, you didn't go there at night. People would stop you on the street, like, no, 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 you can't go past this point. What are you thinking? Right? And now there's still some sketchy places, but for the most part, it's well lit. It's got fountains. It's got activity. People are down there. It's really nice. Leon doesn't have those sketchy, scary bits, but it doesn't have this amazing renaissance of tourist draw the way that Granada does. But why not? We're the bigger city. We've got lots to go on. And so if we had that kind of money, and far less than $1 billion, right? Like the tram, that's like pie in the sky, and that's $100 million right there at least, right? We're talking 17 kilometers of light rail to make that happen. That's non-trivial. But a greenway doesn't have to make it the whole way. It does have to start at a certain spot and work one direction. But if it only makes it 5 blocks, it's 5 blocks of positive development. If it then is successful and it can slowly build the 6th block, then the 7th block, then the 8th block, then the 9th block, then it has this real potential. And I know some of those blocks that are somewhere around that 8-9 block zone, like my friends own the entire area I would need, and I know they would happily sell it and be like, oh my gosh, you're doing a greenway? It's yours, right? I'll give you a deal on it, right? My buddy Lorenzo owns at least one entire block, if not 2, of that zone. And one, they're spraying for mosquitoes again. They're smoking. And one other area is owned by Walmart, right? We don't need to buy that. We'll just get Walmart on board. Here's what we're doing. Here's the rules. Here's how we want you to participate. And they'd be like, oh yeah, this is going to cost us nothing, and it's going to be great community PR, and we can actually connect the Walmart facility to the greenway through a walking trail with solar lights and some nice trees. Like, hey Walmart, you're going to put in some lights and garden, and it's going to provide pedestrian walkway to your facility from a greenway. They're going to be like, obviously, this is a great idea, right? And then they'll run ads for it all over the country. If I could figure out how to set up a way to run a nonprofit to raise enough money to do the greenway construction that I want to do, I've had this vision for 6 years. I know exactly where to start and how to do it. And now I have the clout to get right. Like, I could walk into if I had funding to get started, I could walk into the Alcaldia's office and be like, here's the plans. This is what we're doing. Right. And I could have someone from Managua call and be like, this is a good idea. Right. Like we're not fooling around here. I think it would be truly amazing. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me zoom out and find the city. All right. It's totally showing something different than is on my screen. How does that work? That is not what my screen has. My screen has a map, but it's in a different position and it's a different type of... What is happening? There we go. Yeah, that was some weird buffer. All right, here's the city of Leon. And you can see where the greenway would go. It's already green, but it's not a greenway yet. So the project would have to start out here in this area, and this is the linchpin to begin the project. And the greenway through this area would be really easy because there's nothing constructed there. James says overhead rail in New York City. Overhead rail in Leon is feasible, or something like that, right? Like cable cars going over the city, like something could be cool. But this green area is really, really good, and connects through so many great neighborhoods, and is currently so poorly maintained. And like this area right here is really interesting. I was here today. This is the skate park right here. You can kind of, is that right? No, this is the skate park right here, right here. Like, so this is Casa Pellis. They would, all of these kinds of businesses would want to be involved. This is a major manufacturing facility. Like a lot of these are businesses, a lot of small houses. You just need to maybe buy some of these houses or get these on board. This is the Walmart facility I was talking about. This is my friend's complex. All through here is all his. You can see some of this is empty, so getting some of this is really easy. This actually would be a perfect spot for a Greenway administration complex. Not complex, but like this is where the administration should be, this unused space directly against it with the Walmart in this big area that we'd control. And I think getting to 6th, like, and this is quite some distance, obviously, that I just showed, but I think getting to there would be unbelievable whopping success. If you could get it a little bit farther to 8th, you'd be at like, holy crap, because like this community would be so turned around by it, connecting them to the rest of the city by a walkway. And because it goes diagonally through the city from poor barrios right to downtown, it really is perfect. Now, this is where it gets into, I don't know if it would remain viable, right? You're coming out, this is the water processing plant. No reason not to come down here. This would be really, really easy to extend into. This is all city land already. So you just get the city on board. Hey, we're going to keep this coming through. You've only got this one building to worry about. Then it would turn south and go out into the middle of nowhere. And that's where, obviously no one's going to pay to do stuff out there. This is a huge farm complex. And it follows this waterway, which is interesting. It goes to the other water processing facility in the city. And of course you could, right, if this was like wildly successful, you could convince these little communities and be like, you could actually build new communities out along this greenway. Okay, that's plausible. You might be able to somewhere out here, probably around about here, because I think that's water. Yeah, you could somehow work with the city and its water processing plant and get a connection right through here somewhere, and connect to, this is Veracruz in western Sutiava, and this is the airport. So you'd actually be able to potentially connect those, and this is the western bus terminal. So connecting those communities is a big deal, but obviously that gets really far. So what we're really thinking is up to, this is like the dream end, is this line right here. And importantly, right here, there's this little spot where it kind of comes north. Somewhere right here is where it connects, or it could be here, depending. It connects to Central Park and the Cathedral. They're just 5 blocks off of where this comes through. And so this walkway, probably this one, which is Avenida Central, right? This is the main north-south of the city. This is the Austrian Bridge, for those who don't know. So this is actually a park. This is actually a water park. And so if we go from this point north, all you need to do is light up this street really, really well at night, and you make a safe pedestrian way. And this is a pedestrian way already here, right to the center of the city. And this is the old hospital. So this is all government controlled through here. Right. And this is Casa Abierta, where the farmer's market is. But also, if you come from this same hub, because this would be the main hub of the Greenway, and go south, you are just 2 blocks, and a very well-lit, very big, bright 2 blocks, from the Parque Guadalupe and the Santuario Nuestra Senora de Guadalupe. This is a major shrine. This is a huge food park around that and restaurants all along the sides. And then this is, again, just 2 more blocks to the main cemetery, and you're down into the district next to the stadium and all that stuff. It's a little ways away, but this is the university district. This would actually take you all the way through several key barrios, all with, and this would be a lit pedestrian way through here. The goal is that this would all be a beautiful walkway with solar lights so that it would be a soft glow all through the night, so that this would actually be a place with nightlife, a place where people want to go hang out, a place where people want to use it to move around the city. You wouldn't go the whole length of it, but at most people would only be going half to a quarter of it, and a lot of people would just be going to it, right? Because the idea is you would actually have restaurants and venues connected to it, and many already exist, and some would be constructed for sure. So you might be going along and be like, ooh, a popcorn stand. You go a little bit farther, ooh, a taco stand. You go a little bit farther, ooh, a elote stand. Go a little bit farther, ooh, there's actually a bar that comes down. There's a bigger area, and they got a little band playing. But all of it would have people strolling and walking their animals and being able to use it to get from point to point in the city. And if we look at the largest possible pie in the sky distance, oh, I'm trying to measure it and I measured it wrong. Wrong thing. Measure distance. It's 2.8 kilometers, right? So if it was done as a pedestrian way, if it was smooth and lit, you could easily cross the city from the western edge of the southern barrios to the eastern edge of the eastern barrios, not including those that go out beyond. And in theory, like, you could maybe extend that greenway to the north. I mean, if it was like a wild success and those eastern barrios wanted to participate, you could. You could come up with ways very easily, because it's wide open countryside up there, right? It's essentially worthless area, and you would just have connectors down into some of the different communities there. Very easy, right? That would not be millions of dollars. That would be another $10,000, another $15,000 probably. But 2.8 kilometers, considering no one would walk the entire thing, walking a kilometer on roughly flat ground, and and it would all be on like boardwalk kind of material, is trivial, very, very easy. And of course, you would have taxis that take people to and from. You'd have specific spots where the buses would come along it, and you'd have signage that's like, you are 300 meters from this bus line that goes to this place and that place and whatever, and make it really itself kind of a hub of public transportation. Now it says Greenway, cool. A ghost in the system. Jonathan Bug says, I'm assuming all that is green because it has a creek or stream. Yes, it is a waterway. Could a greenway survive the massive flooding during the rainy season? That is obviously a major consideration for the design. And I think that is, and Jonathan says, starting to sound like the beautiful Riverwalk in San Antonio, Texas. I may or may not be from Texas and know the San Antonio Riverwalk quite well. Are barrios governed independent to the city? They are partially. True barrios are standalone political units, but a barrio does not outrank its alcaldía. So the barrios I mentioned, Guadalupe, Calvario, and others that it would go through, are part of the alcaldía of León. So León would be able to just manage the whole thing. They'd be like, no, we're doing this. And the barrios would be like, okay. They don't have a lot of say on their own, but they do have some of their, like, they do have barrio offices, and they do have different policies by barrio, but those are normally minor things. They may have their own water services and some different things, but they are controlled by the city. So they're like neighborhoods. But just like in New York City, an individual neighborhood may have like a special character with its own rules, but it's not going to have like dramatically different rules than the city. It's not going to be like a completely different place, but they do get to have some character of their own. Hey, little dog, come here. Come here. I know you're upset, but they're upset with you out there. My dog got into trouble. But yes, the Riverwalk in San Antonio, definitely an inspiration or a partial idea there. And yes, so one of the reasons that I think this would be really excellent is it actually increases safety. Because if you plan it around the flooding, you have any walkways and stuff above the flood level, so that one, it becomes really interesting. Like I would want to be down on the walk during flooding, because that would be really cool. It would also be part of a massive city cleanup project, right? This is the spot that is most affected by trash in the city and refuse and that stuff. And so these are the things that are most likely. What's that dog doing? He's up against the camera. This is the area that is the worst hit by all these problems. So this would not just be a cool thing. Hey, no, come here. Not just a cool thing to add to the city, but the goal is far more about removing a problem from the city than creating a cool extra thing. The cool extra thing helps protect it. It gives a reason for people to be watching it. It gives a reason for people to be talking about. All right, I gotta let this dog out.
No,
He can't be in here.
but here,
Just leave him out here.
there was just glass.
She didn't clean it up.
Even if she did, we can't just let them go out there when there's more glass. We
Hold
can't
on.
even hear
Hold on, I'll be right
them
back.
in there.
Oh, that's okay. Keep it on. All right, guys, I'm almost back. Gonna make my tea while we're doing this.
Must be in the doorway.
Yes, he left the doorway. You're good. All right, sorry about that, guys. Here I am. All right. Did you ever try living in Southeast Asia? If so, why did you leave? I did not. So I didn't leave for any particular reason because I was never there. Um, Southeast Asia sounds amazing. I think that there is a lot of great options there. It seems really good. But it doesn't really offer the things I'm looking for long term. So it's a place I'd love to visit and spend time. Certainly, a lot of it seems really attractive. I'm especially attracted to Cambodia and Vietnam. That area, Laos, seems pretty cool. Malaysia would be pretty decent. Indonesia, not too bad, right? There's a lot to like in the region. I'd probably really like being in China as well. But really, at the end of the day, I really like certain aspects of European culture, not the colonial ones, obviously. And I really like a lot of Latin American culture, and I get a lot of the bits of European things that I like here in Latin America, without having to feel like I'm guilty of a colonial past. And North Africa would be very similar in that way, and some of Eastern Europe, where I get there's still parts that I miss, right? The train stations, obviously, right? The whole like overnight sleeper trains everywhere. My gosh, it's like my favorite thing. Like that's what life is about, right? Getting food and a beer on a train, and then going to bed and waking up in the destination you want to be in. That's like my favorite. And then my second favorite is like the ferries in Greece. Same thing, but boats in between islands, right? Oh, I'm heading up to Athens, so I'm just gonna get on the boat in Hanya in the night, and wake up as we pull into Athens at 9 o'clock in the morning, having had a nice dinner on board ship. You get on like 8 o'clock at night, so like 9, 10 o'clock, you're having a big dinner. You're watching the twinkling lights of the islands go by, and like that's fantastic, right? That's not stuff that you get too many places. Those are things that I really miss. But they're mostly the logistics of Europe, right? If you think about it that way. And but actually being in Europe, I don't want to be most of the time. It's nice and all, right? I'm not saying it's not nice. It's just, it's not for me. So Southeast Asia, while really cool, is missing that Latin American vibe that I'm so interested in, right? And so that's just not a place for me to live, even though certainly it must be really fantastic. Janet says, hey, just got back from El Centro. It's humid out here. I was just out cleaning up the spilled barbecue sauce and glass in the kitchen that my wife left. And so the kids had the dog locked up and he peed everywhere. But anyway, yeah, my idea for the kind of Riverwalk thing, I really think would be hard to do, obviously, right? Like it's quite a project. There's no getting around it, but it's also, I think, just of massive value to the community. And that first stopping point, where I think it would be, really, really valuable still to have done it, even if it doesn't go the whole way, is 2.1 kilometers. So if you think about a 2 kilometer zone, I mean, that's a long way. There's no denying that it's a long way, but it's not that big, right? It is within grasp when you're driving around the city and have to go north and then take the blocks and then go down and find a bridge and try to measure it that way. It seems like you're talking about a really big area, but when you're actually down on the ground, it's like, oh, the distance from, this spot to that spot down here, like what seems like a pretty sizable drive up on the surface road, 144 meters down in what would be the Greenway, right between Puente Martinez, and I don't even know what the other one is called, but that's just that's so not a long way, right? Everything's doable, and it can all be done in chunks. It doesn't have to be this unbearably large, complicated project that's like, how could anybody ever conceive of handling this? No, it's not like that at all. And actually, as I'm looking at it, there are two right at the beginning, right along where the Greenway would be, is two large churches, Jehovah's Witness, I think that's what that is, and a Baptist church. Right, getting them involved would probably be easy because it's the empty zone. Like, hey, we just want to keep this clean. We want to control some access. We want to have some lights. Like, that gives you a big start to kind of jump on the whole thing. And I know that the head of it, like the starting point, is for sale. So like there's a reasonable, like if someone was to greenlight the project, getting started on the first 150 meters is like, we got this. Like this is underway. There's, having a head of trail launch point that's all set up and like is going to be built out to do it right from the beginning. That's already historic and has a whole bunch of stuff going for it. And people are going to be excited just, even if the only thing that happens is that one property getting cleaned up and reopened, I think you end up with happy people with like, wow, this is a success on day one. This is a horrible tragedy to the community that this place is closed, and being able to open it right from the beginning, it's just like, wow, this is making it a community difference. And then every 100 meters you move is just another 100 meters of success. Crap. Missing tickets, always me, always. Oh, Thursday nights. I need an alarm. Sorry, guys, got to work a little bit. Man, I've got to work a lot tonight. Sorry, guys. Got to get a little bit of this. I'm way behind on things. I'm almost back at here. I'm going to see if there's something I can talk about. Well, how's life in Nicaragua? Life is good. It's really good, especially now that it's a little bit cooler. And we got some rain. My pneumonia is still there, but a little bit better. Mexican Righteous says, "Hey Scott, what's going on with Bitcoin? Will it go back up? Good to see you." So thanks. So Bitcoin obviously has been hit by the obvious problems in the with the Epstein files that came out and people learning where the Bitcoin money was going. A lot of people and especially businesses have to distance themselves from Bitcoin now. So I think you're going to find a lot of places permanently disavowing themselves from it. I think that ongoing Bitcoin communities are going to be permanently tainted from this. That's going to be a big problem. So I think I do think that Bitcoin is going to come back to some degree. I don't think it's going to bounce back much. It could go down for a while still, but I think that the Bitcoin community, Bitcoin specifically, not cryptocurrency, is definitely permanently tainted, and it's good. This is a real hit for it, and so I think that we're going to see a huge loss in credibility. I think we're going to see a lot of people necessarily, right, the rhetoric of, oh, it's the answer, this is the way, you got to do this thing. I think we're going to see a ton of that go away, and that remains is going to get shut down much more dramatically now. It's going to, be perceived in a very different way. It's going to be people who are out there promoting it just to promote it. Are going to it moves from that's been annoying and kind of scammy to this involves really serious crimes and behavior that people won't tolerate. Some people won't tolerate. Obviously, tons of people will tolerate, clearly. So, but that shifting community is so big. So waiting to see how that's going to fall out, what that's going to affect, and so forth. That's going to be quite big. Hey, Diego, how's it going? We do not have very many people on tonight. Maybe it's just momentary. I know it's been kind of a lame night with the amount that I have to work while I'm doing the live stream. I apologize. This is working. I'm literally doing 2 full-time jobs while doing the live stream, and my wife had a disaster in the kitchen, and Marcella is very sick, so it's a lot. I have a lot of messages coming through constantly, and I'm covering for. I've got staff in the hospital, and it's just, and I still have pneumonia. For those who can't hear it in my voice, I have the pneumonia. Did you see that the Notepad++ supply chain hack? I knew that Notepad++ had been hacked. Now the dog needs in again. Oh my gosh. Where are you going at? I'll leave it. I'm gonna close the door. What do you want? Come on, ducks. Okay, come here. Here's the little one. He wants to be on the show, as always. Yes. This is Ramen, the puppy. He was the little tiny runt that almost died and Gigi helped rescue. And now he's so big and healthy and such a rambunctious dog. And you're so handsome. Yeah. Everybody loves you. Everybody does. Okay, not the kids right now. They're kind of angry because you peed everywhere. But it wasn't your fault. I know. It was Mommy's fault. She spilled stuff and got you locked up, and then you had nowhere to pee. Does Nicaragua have a flu season per se? I've had some people tell me that it does. The flu goes around. There is the flu, but it's much less the flu season than what we're used to in the north, which is like a really obvious period of this is when you get the flu. Here, my personal observations have been that the flu is Very, very minor. But does exist, but tends to be all over the place as far as time. Oh my gosh, that dog. Get a puppy, they said. Yeah, get a puppy, they said. Okay, off you go. Would you? Hey, if you want to leave, you gotta leave. Okay, in or out? Choose. Wasn't so hard to get up, and then he attacks me as I sit down. Always. All right, all right. Oh, I've not followed much on the. I mean, I know that Notepad++ was hacked, but not following it too closely. Because I don't run Windows, so I don't have to worry about that stuff. Oh, they hacked the updater service. I see, instead of hitting Notepad itself. All right. Oh. Just what I need is the dogs playing in here. But they're so sweet. Yes, you're so sweet. He insists on climbing on me as I do things. He's going to knock things over on my desk. All right, can you... He is a very large, strong, rambunctious puppy, which makes it very tough because he's just a little baby, but he's huge, and so he causes a lot of problems. Now, we don't have a flu season so much, but we do have like a dengue season. We do have things that go around. Like right now, pneumonia is going around really, really strong. So there's stuff that we definitely notice. Hey. I do not like them running into the camera that hard. All right, I need to make a phone call. Is anything to cloud-based operating system Chrome being more secure than Windows? So Chrome is not cloud-based. That's important to note. It's in no way is it that's a 100% marketing term. Chrome OS is a Linux operating system, and by being not Windows, it is dramatically more secure. Linux is the most secure base for an operating system of what's available, but Mac OS is pretty good. The real issue is simply Windows is bad, and it is not meant to be good. So starting from Windows, you just have to have an expectation that nothing is designed around security. They don't expect customers who care about security. They've actually made a point in the past of pointing out to their customers, this is not for people who want to use this in real things. You shouldn't be doing this. This is just an entertainment system, whereas Mac and Linux are both meant for real use, right? They're meant for you to use for business. They're meant for you to use for your banking. They're meant to be used for real things. So Diego, we'd all love to know what bank that is, because that's a bank no one should be using, right? That means that bank has made a actual decision to not follow security practices. And literally, if you knew what bank it is and they were your bank, you could sue them for being intentionally insecure. Like, that's negligence. In the United States, if a bank was using Windows and you had to use Windows, that's a crime. Right, those people are setting up to funnel money out of the company, and I've done videos on this. I've done all kinds of stuff on how that is someone in the IT department is working with cartels to organize ransomware, which you have to create a need for ransomware risk. Right, real professional systems are not at risk of ransomware. That Windows stuff is purely, utterly negligence, and it's not accidental. There's no person that can call themselves even ancillary to an IT professional who is not aware that there is no legitimate situation where Windows could be used in a professional environment at all. And if you're something like banking, there are, at least in the US, like strong laws about that stuff. If someone tried to pressure me to install Windows when I worked on Wall Street, I'm allowed to call the FBI on them. That's how bad that is. All right, I gotta make this phone call, which you guys all get to listen to. Fun, 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 fun. Every so often we get the, oh, come on, dogs. They think it's fun to roughhouse in my office. No. Hey, this is Scott with Relocation America. I'm calling about a couple of tickets that have been sitting. What's the best way to give it to you? We've got this one WAN IP address, Meme House LA. TFZ 36714-328. Correct. So that one's been sitting for a lot of hours. Definitely like to see some movement there. The other one is, hold on, I gotta track these down. Two. Looks like BHL 43297 351. I've not looked to see what the latest status is. Yeah, that one's on 10 hours without a response. Yeah. Management tells me that network works all during the day, but I tell them that it's only a few hours in the morning. Every time we call, it's we can't get a hold of them, and they're not available till morning. It do they work like every day of the week or just like every other day? All right. Yeah, it's I know on Thursday nights when I'm here, it's always no, we can't find them. So, all right, thanks. Have a good one. So sorry. What situations? Yeah, there's tons of places are Windows only. What I'm saying is crooks, right? Everyone's on the take. Working in IT, what I learned was 90% of IT departments are on the take. There's no money to be made in doing a good job. Most CEOs, first of all, are on the take themselves because they make money from their investors, not from their customers. But Windows has no place in any business, right? It's slow, it's dangerous, it's difficult to code for. All the good apps are not on it. No serious app would be on it. By definition, if an app is only on Windows, it's not a viable product. Individual says you write apps for Windows first, then the other OSs. No enterprise app is written that way. By definition, right? That's not how you write apps. And it hasn't been for decades. All the enterprise stuff is written on Linux first, primarily, often on Mac as well. But most enterprise apps are on servers, not on desktops. Who writes a desktop app? That's not. Oh, Diego says, what does it mean being on the take? Meaning that they're being paid by a vendor or paid by a malicious entity to put their companies at risk or whatever. So real common things are that like salesmen will come in and offer an IT decision maker a free vacation or a free car or whatever in order to tell their business that they need to do certain things or that they recommend certain things. And the salespeople often have really good sales decks on how to scam your company, right? So Windows ones include, oh, you don't have to reinstall, it just comes with a laptop, or everyone's already used to it, so it makes it more productive. Those things are reasons not to use it, right? It doesn't make them more productive, and most people actually aren't used to it anymore. All fake things, but so a couple of things, right? Desktop apps aren't enterprise apps. That's the first thing. That's really rare. Second, the number of people at home who bought stuff from Best Buy has zero bearing on what an enterprise app is going to be. As a business owner, if one of my employees went to install Windows, that's theft, right? Whether he's not doing his job and just phoning it in, or he's actively trying to sabotage the company, in either way, it doesn't matter. What do you mean it is served on Windows? You don't need, as a developer, if you write something that only works on Windows unless you have like a very specific hardware thing, and then you need to be like, why did someone buy this hardware? There's no concept of writing for an operating system anymore. That literally doesn't exist in enterprise software under normal circumstances. So whoever's telling you that it's served on Windows is relevant, because it's not. It's served on Firefox, or it's served on Chrome, or it's served on that thing on whatever the heck it's called, on Windows, right? Someone's always got a story why they need Windows, but find an actual scenario where you need Windows, right? Every time I work with it and talk to companies, right? I'm a CIO. When you sit down and say, did you actually need Windows? I've never had a company come up with that they did, or they did in one isolated circumstance, right? Or maybe they did 30 years ago. But if you switch them off of Windows, their people become more productive. If you switch them off of Windows, their security gets better. You switch them off of Windows, suddenly they're not tempted to buy bad apps that are putting them at risk, right? And I've worked with banks where people came in and did this, and I called the CEO and said, you've got someone who's trying to scam you. They said their software is written for Windows. It's not banking software. You can't deploy it. You've got a problem. And they got angry with me. They're like, that's so ridiculous. Everyone uses Windows, blah, blah, blah. And later they came back and said, wait, what? They came. They came back 6 months later and like, oh my gosh, we figured out those people didn't have any working software. They weren't software developers. It was all a scam. I'm like, of course it was, right? If they were seriously making for a bank, they would make something that made sense for a bank, right? And all the modern software runs anywhere. So if you have some customers who are like, we demand Windows, of course you do, right? Not smart customers, not honest customers, but of course you have those customers. But that doesn't mean you don't write for Linux and Mac first. Of course you do, right? Because you write for all of them at the same time. I write software every day. I don't worry about what it's going to be used on by the end user. I don't even have to worry about what it's going to be deployed on, right? If my users decide I'm going to deploy on Windows, I think they're idiots, but it doesn't mean that it affects my software development process, right? Now, there are companies like Microsoft who make products specifically to make it sound like it might be easier to get stuck on certain platforms. And they try, but no competent developer would ever fall for this. Like, this is like even freshmen, first year students, anyone who's accepted into a university program should be beyond falling for those tricks because they're so blatant and so well known, right? And so, right, every business is trying to defend why they have Windows because they have it, they're not going to change. And so they have this complicated thing where, well, and so that's another, right, a lot of legacy software out there. But you have to say, is it 30 years old? Why hasn't it been updated? Right? Who's running software so old? Because the Windows problem really goes to about 1998, right? So if you're looking at software older than, say, 1993, there was no viable Windows platform to use in any business. Nothing existed, right? You had Windows 3.1. You're writing things that are still running from 3.1? No. So if you're having stuff running from before 93, your only viable platforms were Unix-based, right? Even from Microsoft, it was Unix, right? Xenix was Microsoft's Unix, and it was a huge platform, absolutely massive, way bigger than Windows was at the time. So if you were working with pre-93 software, you had no Windows game at all. It wasn't on the table. From 93 to about 99, you had a very tiny window in which Microsoft made some halfway decent or pretty decent platforms that you could have targeted for software. And that would be the Windows NT 3 and 4 family. By 1998, it was already a bit too late. And I made some mistakes and did deploy some Windows in production in 1999 that I regret. But they were minor mistakes at the time. It was a transition period. But by 1998, deploying Windows really didn't make a lot of sense because already Linux and other things had eclipsed it. And during the period of 93 to 98, when Windows was somewhat viable, it was just a minor player that was brand new against major players that were really, really good, like Solaris and AIX and so forth, HPUX. So you had really, really good alternatives. It was a niche player when it was good. By 2000, it was a non-player, right? It was a joke of a platform. Even before .NET was out, it was slow, it was buggy, and Windows 2000 really didn't live up to the NT4 legacy. NT4 was their high point, right? NT4 SP6A. And I say this as the highest certified Microsoft professional in history. I am an MCSE plus I, the highest certification that the industry has ever had, and they only have a couple people. I've only ever met one other in all those years. Right, it seemed like in the 90s they had some place that they might go. But they didn't. They went downhill dramatically and really went into a terrible space. And so the theory is that there's all this software driving the world that was built on Windows between 93 and, say, 99. We'll give them an extra year. That is still running on Windows. And this tells us some big things. One, it was really niche software at a really niche time, written to only run on one platform at a time when that was starting to be questionable. It still happened, but it was starting to be questionable. And that in the 27 to 30 years since then, they've never actually addressed updating their software. This alone should send terror into any IT department that anybody claiming there's a legacy software thing, for it to have been viable at the time they made the decision, it has to have been so old And for 30 nearly years, no one said, we're dependent on unprofessional, unmaintained software. And I would say anything that still requires Windows that was legacy would qualify as unmaintained. There may be some slapping some fresh paint on it, but it's not maintained. And I'm very aware of this. I have thousands of customers who run products like Avamark, right? Products that have literally not been updated since the 90s. And it makes me kind of crazy that customers are well, in digital, that's also unprofessional and an obvious attempt at sabotage, right? The emotion of not wanting good software for your company defines not being an IT professional, right? I don't care if someone doesn't want good software. I don't care if people don't want profits as an IT professional. That's what makes you an IT professional, is doing those things for your business, right? Emotions don't come into it. That's right. That's not business. Right? Why would someone not want open source? Well, there's only one logical reason, and that's because they're on the take, right? Getting paid or monetized some way to not do the job they're paid to do. Not wanting open source is just another way of admitting they're not doing their job. Because their job, to have the title of IT, is your job is not to fiddle with electronics. It's to take information technology in the context of the business and do tasks and decisions in the interest of the business. The moment it stops being in the interest of the business, it becomes a completely different thing. IT only exists when it's done for the business. And when someone doesn't want open source, right? If you're doing it for the business, you always want open source. Always. By definition, closed source has no advantages. It only has disadvantages. And when it comes to a business, so this is why we say enterprise software has to be open source when it's available. If there's no open source option, you need to be kind of wary. But that's when closed source can come in. But when there's closed and open source, you always want to lean towards open source. You still have to pick the best products. Individual says, and don't forget, MS is very powerful in much bigger ways. They lost a lot of money this week. And so here's the thing with Microsoft is that, sure, they're powerful, but that's what we're talking about, people on the take, right? What does that powerful in bigger ways mean? It means people on the take. That's literally what we're hinting at, right? When people say all those things, all of them are just covering for someone. It may be me, it may be my boss, it may be my boss's boss, it may be a business partner that we're stuck with, it may be a government official who is controlling our company and we don't want to admit it, but somewhere from me or somewhere up the chain is on the take, right? In every case. And I will stick to it every time. You may struggle to figure out who that person is, and I will define the take as some people have memorized how to work on Windows and don't know how to work on other things, and so aren't doing their job as an IT professional, and are hiding that by intentionally putting in things that they know they've not evaluated or don't know how to evaluate. But that's getting paid to not do, not doing the job you're paid to do. It's like a security professional. If you hire a security guard and they're like, I really don't know how to tell who's supposed to be here or not, so I just hold the door open for everybody. And I tell people that I have to. It's the way the world works. They know they're not doing their job, and they're getting paid to be a security guard and not attempting to secure the building. Of course, anything can get breached. Anything can have an accident. But there's a difference between trying to do the job you're hired to do and someone intentionally not. And that's where, we know I work with hundreds of companies that have Windows, right? Every one of them makes the excuse they got software 30 years ago and they're afraid to update. That's fine. But that's a ridiculous situation. And every one of them pays way more in software. Every one of them pays more in licensing. Everyone pays more in support. Everyone has more downtime. Everyone struggles with productivity. Every one of them loses a lot of money, in some cases tens of thousands of dollars in very small clinics, very small offices, because they're unwilling to update to the modern world. That's pretty crazy, right? And not one of them has any Windows dependency. other than their emotions for it. But the owners of the business simply demand it, right? They're not on the take per se because it's the owner making the decision, but they're not a business. They don't make decisions based on the business. They make decisions based on their emotions. That makes them a hobby, right? Which is fine. They own it. So there's nothing unethical about being a hobby, unless you have customers and that customer data is in Windows. And then it's malicious intent. Diego says, I fought in a financial company I used to work for us to change to Postgres from SQL Server, and they just told me, but the support. I always come back and say, oh, good, you understand. I need support. So being with Microsoft, who doesn't provide support, versus Postgres, who has great support, is a driving factor. When doing that, Diego, I lead with support as a major thing, right? I need to know I can get support, and I know Microsoft is the worst. I cannot do it. The fact that the product is cheaper or faster or more advanced, that's not what's driving this. I'm worried about support and security and industry standard. These are the things that matter, so that's why I need to do it. Lead with those things, because people will always lie about the support thing. They know that Microsoft doesn't offer support for SQL Server. They know that Microsoft SQL Server has the least knowledgeable workers out there, right? Maybe Oracle, yeah, that's pretty bad. But you can assure you that your manager wasn't on the take. I can assure you he was. Or he knows someone above him was. He was willing to not do his job. He was willing to lie to you in order to not evaluate a better product. And you don't think either he is on the take or he knows someone above him is not going to do their job? That's a pretty wild theory. Indigel says, Scott, I hate MS. It's just not the OS. They are blackmailers. They are blackmailers. That is true. Which is why you never install them ever. You never have a relationship with them. No honest person, except an owner, right, who's an idiot. But in IT, we never let Microsoft licensing touch the business. You never get into a situation where it could be there, because they really have no power over you until you let them in the door. It's one of the things I love having a company with, 100 people. We're not huge, but people are often like, well, what do you mean you don't have Windows? And we're like, why would we have Windows? What would make you even like, first of all, I'm kind of offended that you think I'm incompetent, that my own company would need Windows. But why do you think we would need it? Where do you think we would use it? What purpose would it serve? Right? And people are like, oh. Doris says, Buenas noches. Hey, Doris. And I'm like, the number of things I don't have to worry about. And it's not just Windows. Like, we don't have any VMware. We don't have any Oracle. I don't have anything that requires a license because I don't trust licenses. I've had Microsoft shut off customers. I've had Oracle shut off customers. I've had, VMware certainly shut off customers. And none of them make good software. None of them even make viable software. Like, it's so bad. The hardest things to use, the most expensive things to run, the hardest things to support, the hardest things to find support for, the hardest things to program for, that's not a big deal. They're all pretty easy. And then at the end of the day, and then if anybody overlooks an email, suddenly we get shut off. Like, what the actual F? But the biggest way that Microsoft blackmails you is through ransomware. You don't think that all that ransomware gets through on accident. Microsoft is closed source. That means they're taking the decision to leave in all the holes. They're not being audited. They're blocking auditing of their software. Blocking auditing, I just heard, are intentionally allowing ransomware. That's what that sounds like to me, right? That's a huge, huge spot where Microsoft is very likely, I assume, in bed with cartels and terrorist groups. And I truly mean that. I truly believe, at my core, that high up in Microsoft, and as we see things like the Epstein files come out and stuff, the amount that these people in those positions, and Bill Gates was just mentioned in Spearhead for using African children forcibly by paying off government officials to use them for vaccine testing without their parents' permission, and caused a number of deaths, right? Now, I realize that Bill Gates no longer runs Microsoft, but he is a major shareholder, he's still influential. But those people in his circle, if you think they're not absolutely working with these groups. Oh, my battery died. With these groups to make sure that they know how to hack into the Microsoft systems that are not open source, so they can't be audited, so they can't be secured like enterprise software. That's not a reasonable guess in any way. Where are my batteries? I have no batteries. This is a problem. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I have to go track down a battery. That's crazy. They're always. Oh no, it's right there. This is the dog. She's hiding down there. I got a ticket to respond to. Oh, Individual says, but if you want to start a tech support business, most of your calls will be about Windows. That's exactly the point. Why are so many of the calls about Windows? So there's two things we find, right? One is that all of the problems are on Windows. So why did Windows get installed? If you're doing support, yes, you're supporting where the problems are. Why did they get there in the first place? Generally because someone wanted something to do. So they installed Windows intentionally to have problems. Many support companies, and coming from this world, I can tell you, they train you. They actually have classes, both from Microsoft and from places like Kaseya, that train you to install Windows specifically because it doesn't work well. And it will generate you lots more money. Both you can get extra money by selling unnecessary licenses. It makes it easier to sell unnecessary software. And you will get lots and lots of support calls for complex things. And Microsoft will back you up in making fragile environments that require even more support that isn't necessary. Yeah, that artifact that if you want to start a tech company, most of your calls will be about Windows is exactly an artifact of that corruption we're talking about. Either companies that are clueless and creating these problems for themselves, or in many, many cases, people who were on the take and were willing to look the other way, not do the job they were hired to do, and create the very problem they were hired to prevent, and harm the companies who are paying them. Right? That's exactly the expectation. Now, the question is, when those people call in and say, oh, I have all these problems, do we say, just so you know, we can replace Windows and remove the problems? Generally, we don't. And the reason is because it's our bread and butter. We're incentivized to keep Windows in there. Once someone has been tricked into installing Windows, all we have to do is not mention it. And there's so much money in not mentioning it. That's the hard thing, is even generally honest techs, once they're in a position where an engineer doesn't have to recommend Windows, they just have to not recommend moving off of it. It's easy to convince ourselves that, well, and trust me, I have this conversation with people who are decision makers in recommending companies, right? And it's like, okay, I know the customer will put up a fight. I know the customer already made this decision. Should we recommend that they move off of Windows or other things like this? And quite often the discussion goes, well, we'll lose money and we'll take on risk because they may feel embarrassed that they made a dumb decision. Because once we point out why they shouldn't be on Windows, How can they not be embarrassed? Because the reasons are so blatant that how could anyone have made that mistake? And so it's quite often it's best just not to say anything. And unless a customer is specifically paying you to tell them that information, it's really easy to look the other way and be like, look, we're going to make extra money by not saying anything, and we're going to lower our own risk by not saying anything. So it's just more profitable to not do the job we're here to do. But not by making a false recommendation, simply by not pointing out failures in the past and pointing out that they could be corrected in the future. In Digital says they also force hardware companies to install it. That's true, but it shouldn't affect anyone because proper IT best practices is you never, no matter what comes on a piece of hardware, except an installed operating system. It's IT's job to install. That is always a test environment, right? If I get a laptop that already has Windows on it, that doesn't mean anything. They used to come with free DOS on them too. Was I expected to use that? No, of course not. It's just a test environment, and generally it's full of malware, not FreeDOS, but Windows. They go out of their way to make it a point that you're not supposed to use that. But they're not going to stop you, and they know that most people, 99%, are just going to look the other way. Oh, I don't have to install it myself? Well, no matter how obvious that is as the thing you're supposed to do, it's just so easy not to. And there you go. Not only did they get you to install Windows, they also got it loaded with malware that pays them to be there. And they don't have to feel badly about it because their customers didn't do their due diligence, and no one put a gun to their head. No one forced them. They can easily install Linux in a few minutes. They should have had that ready to go. And let me tell you, I've worked with startups, and I've seen companies go out of business, and that was the mistake that triggered it. Now, obviously, lots of other mistakes came down the road, but you could figure out it was that first laptop that they kept Windows on before they brought in an IT professional, and every decision made after that moment depended on that decision. It was used to destroy the company. I watched a startup go out of business, and that was the trigger. I bet they would have found another trigger. They were idiots, but that's where it started, and it was real. Diego says, she was just incompetent. When I got here a few years ago, I introduced the new technology of Git to the company. All the financial companies I've worked with have been the worst. So here's the thing, is I consider incompetence where someone maintains the job. Now, if someone says, look, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm forced to do this job. They won't let me not do it. I don't know what I'm doing. Then that's okay. But taking a job where you don't know how to do it and getting paid to do it is theft. Right? You're being paid to do a job you're not doing. Coming from North America, that's a standard way of stealing from a company. But also, you pointed out that you made a recommendation to her and she turned it down. If she's incompetent and overriding decisions, that's sabotage, right? There's no way around it. Once you don't know what you're doing, the only obligation you have, other than giving up the job, is to listen to the people who know. So I will say, 100%, she's on the take, and you described it. She was stealing from the company. She was keeping the company from reaping the benefits of having hired you and blocking the company from getting that information that it needed, getting good advice and good processes, because she was in a position to steal from the company using the supposed position of being an IT manager or a development manager or whatever in order to do so. What you described is her being, if she was working for me, while I can't prosecute, I would consider her a thief and I would fire her, right? Maybe not over one decision, but that as a behavioral pattern, right? Of, someone who knows gave me good advice. I lied about something. I fabricated something in order to not take that advice. I don't know. I have no idea why I'm using the thing that I'm using, but I know I can get paid, so I don't care. Right? As an employee, that's how you steal from a company the easy way. And you can't get prosecuted. It's not like taking money out of the till. That's obviously the overt way, but that's pretty serious. And Digital says, well, I was talking about making money. Now, these same conversations is also what got me hired by some very large clients many times, is because they're like, finally someone who's willing to not lie to us, right? Including banking, right? I was talking about people. I was talking about people in Nicaragua. Wait, which people were you talking about in Nicaragua? If you wanted to start a tech business, most of your calls would be about Windows. Yeah, and no one would pay you for that. Oh my gosh, this fly. Anna Jones says, hello. I am checking in on all these tickets. Okay, that's the one I put in. Diego says it was hell. Diego says we were using Windows 7 Server. There is no such thing as Windows 7 Server. That's not a product. SQL Server version from the 2000s and Tortoise SVN, an old version. Yeah, and really stop and think. Can you really explain the use of those technologies as incompetence? I mean, no, really. I mean that in the most meaningful way. In what sense does choosing to use things so bizarre, so non-standard, so went out of their way, how does that become incompetence versus intentional misuse of products? Like, I'm interested, right, in why you feel she was being honest in some way. Individual says they need tech support people there. They do. I don't know if that's really true. What they need here is people willing to use the tech support that's here, right? Companies don't want to do things, and so there's a lack of opportunity for tech support. That's why the tech support here works for other places. Fiber guys you met were awesome. I really like my fiber guys, but they're not tech ready. They're not ready for, there's a lot of problems from weird installs, but for doing the physical fiber stuff, they're fantastic. She was such a bad manager that all the developers quit at once a few years ago. Exactly. And that's not incompetence, right? Like, or you have to ask yourself, and here's a question for you, Diego. Why do you think that they kept her there? Why was she hired at all? If she couldn't do the job of the people she was making leave, and she was intentionally sabotaging their work and keeping the business from getting that work, why do you think she was there? Right? What? And you can say, well, I bet her boss was incompetent. Okay. Why do you think they were there? If you keep saying they're incompetent, where does it end? What's the is it simply that the investors were incompetent? I mean, it's plausible. Diego says, and they had to rehire every position, and every new dev refused to work on that, so they were forced to change it. And now she's the boss de jour, and my friend, it's the boss de facto. So they have a boss de jour who isn't doing their job, and they recognize that she's not doing the job. Like, really, dig in here, right? They now have a de facto boss to work around her, and you think she doesn't know she's sabotaging things? No, she's on the take. and clearly her boss is too, right? Or someone up the chain, right? Someone is keeping her there and if I was an investor in that, you don't understand, I'm talking about rural areas. Well, give me a real example in digital. Like, what specifically do you mean? What kind of thing? Like, I do work in rural areas too. Diego says the owner trusted her because she was in the company from the start. So you're saying the owner was incompetent. So she was stealing from the owner, and the owner was an idiot. But the owner knew there was another manager that was actually doing the work, and he still didn't figure out. Like, How much of a buffoon is this? Like, this is crazy. Or was she blackmailing the owner? Is much more likely. Like, it's hard to imagine an owner being like, oh yeah, we have to have 2 managers because I trust this manager, but not to do her job. And, you know, we know she lies to us and we know she makes people quit. But what does trusting her mean? Trust her to do what? The financial business decided to put the tech part as their own company, and she was put in charge as the CEO and CTO. So the CEO was stealing from the investors, which is standard, right? Oh, hardware, software training. Many communities don't even have one computer. They do have cells. That's different. They actually need the physical computers. It's so much infrastructure, right? Because you need reliable power. You need UPSs in the houses. You got to get a computer, or you got to get a laptop. They tend to wear out. You get a desktop. That's why we developed the Nicaraguan computers specifically to have computers that make sense for these environments. Really low power, very cheap, but are able to do the tasks. Diego says, from the owner's son, they told me they know she is incompetent, but they trust her not to steal from them. So he knew she was stealing from them, but trusted her not to steal from them. That makes no sense. Being like, you literally described how she was stealing from them. We said how incompetence is a form of theft. So he was like, yeah, we know she's stealing, but we know she won't steal. Good to know. And that never made sense to me because she was so horrible at her job that doing her work was stealing. Right. Yep. Yes. So, to circle back, right, you just said she was so horrible at her job that doing her work was stealing, and you said she wasn't on the take, but you just said she was on the take. When you dig in, generally, we all hate, right? So this is what happens, and this is why IT ends up like this. We hate, as humans, recognizing and calling out when people are being bad, right? It feels awful. And so this is a very specific thing that I've worked with thousands of people on, is a standard trick that humans use is to feign incompetence when we're being dishonest or stealing. And the reason is because we are trained that we shouldn't point out when people are doing something bad. But when people are incompetent, we can make fun of them, right? It makes us feel good when other people are incompetent because it makes us feel smart. It makes us feel capable. Oh my gosh, the CEO is a moron. I'm smarter than the CEO, right? It makes us feel good. Maybe not great, but you got to admit, when you're smarter than your boss or smarter than the CEO, even if no one else knows and just you know, that doesn't feel bad, right? Now, that they're dumb, that doesn't make you feel good. But that you're smarter always makes you feel good, right? So anytime that we have a situation where everyone acknowledges, oh, well, I'm going to pick on Diego. Oh, Diego, you're so much smarter. Not smarter than me or this other guy, but you're so much smarter than this person, right? That makes you feel good. So you want that to be true. You don't want them to be smarter than you. You don't want them to be tricking you. And the other thing is if you call them out for doing something dishonest, that makes you feel bad, right? Because this is a person that you don't necessarily hate, and it feels really bad. So there's this standard tactic that people use to act incompetent when they're trying to be dishonest, because it's incredibly powerful. Honest people don't think about this. Dishonest people know this intrinsically, right? The best way to be dishonest is to be an idiot. Act like an idiot, and at best, you're not at fault for your mistakes. Blame other people for entrusting you with things, right? Or whatever. But you also know that people aren't going to call you out on it because culturally, you're not supposed to. And so we always resort to the most ludicrous of things, which is defending people who are being dishonest or stealing as being incompetent. We all do it, and we do it constantly. Listen to any conversation, talk to anybody. IT is especially exposing of this. Just have conversations with people and be like, oh, I bet your boss was stealing, or I bet their boss was stealing. Like someone, it doesn't have to be that person, but someone that you know in this chain, I bet they're stealing. And instantly people will go, no. I got some really dim bulbs in the group, right? Some of these people are world-class idiots, but they would never steal from the company. Well, what do you mean that they're idiots, right? Start digging in, start asking questions. And at the end of the day, almost always, you're going to come to someone going, oh gosh, they're just flat out stealing from the company. Yep. People steal left and right. There's so much money on the table. There's so many ways to get money from a business. And if all you have to do is not pretend to be competent, they probably don't ask you to do as much work. They have lower standards for the work that you do. And when you flat out steal from them, it's always a, oh, I didn't know. I'm just an idiot, right? I deployed a hacked Cisco router that everyone knows has a back door open. But I saw their name at the airport. I thought I did my due diligence by looking at an ad. Ads aren't due diligence. I went so far as to ask a salesman, and he told me that spending lots of money was a good thing. How was I to know that that wasn't true? I can't be expected to question a salesman or a magazine ad. And people buy that crap, right? Of course you're expected to question it. You're not supposed to listen to it at all. You don't look at ads to figure out what to do. You don't talk to salesmen to figure out what to do. Even engaging in those things is clearly intent, right? Like that's the first process of theft, the easy theft, right? There's always embezzlement. And Digital says, I tried to start a digital outreach thing. It's tough. The thing that you need is you just have to have a source of computers that people can afford, right? I think, in my opinion, it's the only thing I think that makes sense. Right, is you got to make computers. You got to come up with a purpose for them. Right, you can get computers into the hands of tons of people. You know what I find? Even people who have a job to use that computer, people who have good reason to use it all the time, people who have easy access to training, people with advanced college education. Almost always, the answer is I don't know why I'd use it. I just use my phone. It's what I'm comfortable with. It's what I have with me all day long. I don't want to set up another thing. I don't want to put this there. I don't want to have this around. All right. The thing that we're so used to, use a computer for everything. They're like, nothing works on the computers, right? They don't have, websites to go to here. Everything's intending them to be on a phone. Everything's expecting them to be in Facebook. No one remembers their passwords. If it's not stored in their phone, they can't remember how to do it, right? Diego says, I wasn't allowed to work from home because they were worried about IP theft, that I was going to run away with their code, and that was the reason she had centralized SVN, and that server was down so often that it became a bottleneck. And the software was so horrible that we had more support people than developers, and most developers were there to fix things that break. Yep. And yet, they wanted to make the claim that they didn't think she was stealing from them. Like, the real question is, why did the owner's son find it necessary to lie to you so blatantly? Like, at some point, he should just say, oh, no, she probably slept with my dad and can blackmail him because that's illegal in Nicaragua, right? Like, let's face it, that's probably what happened. They've been around for a long time. That's what happens, right? Why else would you keep someone who's clearly stealing? And why would he lie to you about it? Why was he trying to cover up to you, right? Was he embarrassed that his dad had hired her and he didn't feel like he could fire her? Maybe. But I bet there was something deeper because, man, my dad hired someone dumb and just felt badly and didn't want to fire them. I'd be like, oh, my dad hired the dumbest person and he just feels badly, doesn't want to fire her. Okay, no. You can believe that the fact that he was willing to lie to your face and pretend that he didn't know she was making off with the company's money, like you're describing a lot of money being stolen. Like, I mean, she could have easily had a huge racket in people giving her kickbacks for all the development and support positions she was creating, right? Funneling money out of the company. It's not just the money that she gets; it's money going everywhere, right? And Dennis says, welcome to software development. Kind of. I've worked in a lot of places and not had these problems. I've worked in other places and had these problems, so don't get me wrong. I was brought there to modernize and improve, and I was not allowed to modernize and improve, so I quit. And who brought you in to modernize and improve? That is the... Like, did she do that? Was that her lie, or did someone else, like... And this is why I started my own company, right? So I worked independently in IT from about 96, 97 to 99. And, 94. I started in IT in 94. I started in software engineering in 89. And then was still working in software engineering, but took an IT job as well. It was a split job in 94. And worked until 99. So 5 years in IT, 10 years in the industry. And in 99, my business partner at the time, Andy, and I, we said, you know what? All these companies, it's all politics. Everyone's lying. No one cares about doing a good job. The same conversation we're having now, we're like, everybody is stealing. Everybody hires us. They don't want us to do a good job. It's all just theft, right? Everywhere was theft. My boss was stealing. Their boss was stealing. The only people that weren't stealing were the investors who had no idea what was going on and just bleeding out their money. And it didn't matter what company it was. Little private ones, big public ones, no matter where we went, it was always the same. And eventually we're like, it is so frustrating that we're not even allowed to just work. Who blocks people from working? This is insane, right? So eventually we were like, you know what? We should just work for ourselves. And then we have no one to answer to. We just provide solutions. We don't do all this. And let me tell you, it changed the world overnight. Suddenly people respected us and they listened to our opinions. And there was still tons of bullshit. But it was completely different. And the ability to lie to us, our interface with the companies were very different. It really became a very different thing. And such a blessing that we did that 27 years ago. My gosh, 27 years ago this week, somewhere between February 2nd and February 5th is when we started in 99. So I can't remember the exact date, but it was a long time ago. Diego says the owner was a woman. Currently, explanations is that they are just friends. The funny thing is that they were worried about IP theft, but they allowed her to insert USB sticks in the computer. I sat down and showed her me copying the code to the USB. I mean, the reality is anyone who's the manager can just walk away with the code, right? If she was in charge of the SVN, she could just send all the code to herself at home. And that's how I got her to change to Git. How did Git fix your SVN issue? I'm just checking ticket statuses here. I showed her that their premise is stupid. I mean, I haven't used SVN in a long time, but SVN and Git work pretty much the same. One's just a lot better. For when she agreed. That program was so bad that it allowed the bank tellers to enter duplicate data and had zero validations everywhere. We were fixing loan calculations by hand sometimes. I don't know how they aren't being sued to oblivion. The new devs just threw away the old system's code and are now creating one from scratch. What's my thoughts on data centers in space? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. The biggest problem is obviously power and heat dissipation because they don't have anywhere to send it. It's a complicated thing and it costs a lot to get them up there. Overall, if it was me, I'd have a really hard time investing in that. But I don't know. It could make sense, right? We got to put them somewhere, and that way they're not taking up space. Well, they are, but you know what I mean. But it feels rather impractical. It seems like generally a bad idea, right? Hold on, I gotta test something here. Well, that's no good. I can't test that. You know, it's a depressing thing working in IT and software engineering because this is the realities of life. right? If, most shops just don't care. And I came into a financial place and immediately we were like, oh, here's where your previous devs have everything set up so they can steal directly from your financial systems, right? And did no one audit this, right? Did no one look at this? Do I think SpaceX is going to be a good investment? Maybe in the short term. Overall, no, I don't think so. Right? If there's one thing I know, it's that Elon Musk doesn't know much about tech. SpaceX doesn't work here. My dealings with SpaceX have been that they just stole money from us. I think that it's a problem to solve. It's a solution looking for a problem. Most of the world has fiber, so it's like where are you gonna, space latency really isn't bad. So there's two reasons that it works out okay. One is that you can have direct connections to the Earth, and it's really not that far. It seems like it's really far, but it's really not. So the distance. Let's just say that there was a floating data center over Nicaragua. That would be incredible, right? And we decided to have a big dish. It doesn't have to be that big, right? But the size of my desk in Managua that points straight up, and it's hovering straight over Managua, and it's geocentric geo. Is that right? Geocentric orbit that it stays in position. I don't know. So it's floating in low altitude right over Managua. That latency is going to be nothing. That would be like the same as if you had a fiber link to like maybe San Pedro Sula. So it's not really close, but it's pretty close. It would be less than the latency from Miami. Now, if it was hovering over the middle of the Pacific and you needed to get, yeah, that would be a problem. But if it's physically close to you, then it's fine. So you can actually get really good speeds from that. You can also, and this is more of why they want to do it, is that it can directly talk to Starlink nodes or other satellite nodes and let them communicate between data centers and stuff in space without having to come down to Earth. So we get this, they're essentially lasers in a mesh above the surface, able to do a lot of networking. So if you think about it, you've got a giant MongoDB database in one data center. You're sharing it out to a couple different customers, right? It'd be weird, but you could do it. It uses JSON calls, so it works. But one of your customers is in another data center, but it's another data center in space, right? Well, it's never going to come down to Earth. They're going to talk directly, more or less line of sight, or through one or two Starlink nodes without going down. And be able to talk to each other at just a few milliseconds latency up in space, maybe 10 milliseconds latency. And then it'll come back down when you need it, if you ever need it, right? So AI data centers up there could be doing tons of work with tons of different data centers talking to each other, loads of data moving around, and you only get the results brought back to Earth after a bunch of stuff has been done. It could make sense. Diego says, all the financial companies I've worked with are worse. I don't know what is that financial companies have that attract the worst people. So it's because they're little podunk hometown things that are normally one guy holding on to a community by, with no choice. When you get into like Wall Street and Hedge Fund Row, there's nobody better, right? All the things you're talking, none of that happens, right? Like, it's very, very professional environments. Diego Diego says, I have friends with Starlink working. Do you have friends in the middle of the country with it working? That's what we're always wondering. Edwin says, hi. Diego says, what about reliability, though? What about when a bird goes in the light path that's transferring your data? So, I mean, you can say that about Wi-Fi, right? Do you worry about birds going through your Wi-Fi? Right? Could it potentially cause some slowdown with, I mean, how often do Starlink people go, oh my gosh, I regret Starlink, birds, right? I don't think anyone's ever said that. Maybe someone hypothesized it, but no one ever actually had a problem from that. I would be very, very surprised. Now, if a tree's in the way, that's a little bit different, right? But Edwin says, did you know that the International Space Station ship will pass above Nicaragua on Sunday in the early hours? I did not. That's, I guess, interesting. It flies over everywhere. I'm from the US. It flies over all the time because it's big. It's just always there. Run this. Yes, I have a friend that has Starlink in their finca in deep Matagalpa. Okay, interesting. Seeing from Earth the ISS from Nicaragua has been rare to me in my lifetime. Starlink has worked great for us in the U.S. We live in a rural area with not many options. Starlink is by far the best option available to us. Yeah. In the U.S., certainly, because the infrastructure is so bad. But outside of the U.S. is where it's like, oh, because who needs it, right? Nicaragua, we've got cheaper, faster fiber everywhere, right? 100 megabit fiber. I just tested Marcella's. Her 100 megabit hit 200 megabit while I was testing. Is $19 on fiber, and they'd install it the same day. So, Diego says they smuggled it in, which could get them in a bit of trouble if at some point they get caught, of course. Smuggling is kind of a big deal. And you always risk that Starlink will cut you off because you're not allowed to have it here. Like, both Nicaragua doesn't let you have it here, but also Starlink doesn't let you have it here. So you always risk that they're going to cut you off. What do they pay for that? Because they're crazy expensive. Last I knew. What am I working on? Oh, this. Sorry, now I'm just testing something that I needed to test earlier. Excellent. By the way, Diego, Claude 4.6 is out and available today on Windsurf, and I have to say, so far I'm pretty impressed. how well it's been working. Wall Street, it's another deal. Amazing stuff. Wait. They went to Honduras. I don't know. They have immense amounts of money, so I don't think they care about the cost. You'd think they just run fiber then and get something good. Wall Street, it's another deal. Amazing stuff. While banking in Nicaragua made me buy a Windows computer to use the credit card pin pad. Edwin says, more closures coming to Managua as sections 2 and 3 of the Pista Héroes de la Insurrección will shut down to begin construction. And this time will be much worse and complex as S1 and S4. Have I been to El Salvador? I have, but barely. It's like a technicality that I've been there. I've been there way more than I've not like been in the airport. I'm not saying that. I have been in the airport many times. That's not what I mean. I have crossed the country, but I haven't spent time in El Salvador. I've been there, I think, twice. El Salvador's beautiful. It's got a lot to offer. I want to spend a lot of time there. I've got a friend that's there now. I do think it'd be really cool to put in time in El Salvador, especially like the Ruta de Flores and San Salvador looks really cool. They definitely have some cool beaches. They've got some in the north. They got some very Italian feeling beaches, which is cool. Diego says, I saw the new Claude model. Haven't tried it. Is it better with UEs? Well, so far it is better. 4.5 was crap and 4.6 is way better. So in very limited testing, I've only had it for like 4 hours. All while I've been on the live stream. It also takes 1 million tokens now, which is fantastic. Edwin says, we'll include 4 overpass, 1 will go below, and drainage reworks, new electrical lines, and so will be affecting downtown Managua in its whole. The overpass on Metro Central will be 3 levels. Ooh, that's a whole new thing here. Diego says, I really want to eat Salvadoran pupusas. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I've had street pupusas in El Salvador, and yeah, they're the bomb. That is the real legit deal. It is like I lived for a long time. My kids grew up in Little Salvador in Texas. So I'm used to 4 pupusa places walking distance from my house, right? I've been eating pupusas for forever and lots of them. And here in Leon, we got a big contingency of Salvadorans, and we got pupusa places all over the place, and they're fantastic. They're better than Texas, but go to El Salvador, they're better. They're really, really good. At least when I've had them, like on the street, like it was fantastic. It is really easy to go to El Salvador from here, especially if you're like here in Leon, or especially if you're in Chinandega. You can take the boat directly to La Union, and that's all the farther you need to go if you just want to get pupusas. Just hit La Union, walk around the streets, get some pupusas, hang out in El Salvador. Of course, you want to go deeper in. I'm not saying you don't, but... We get pupusas relatively often here. Obviously, they're cheap and easy to get. We got loads of places here in Leon, but with the... What was I saying? Oh, Mike, because if you're a vegetarian, they're so easy to get and do as vegetarians that's a pretty big win for us much of the time. Diego says, today I learned there are no fritangas in Guatemala. I've never seen one. Edwin says, to be honest, the heart of Managua will change forever until 2028, and also for the rerouting roads will be very tough because we have Metro Centro, Plaza El Sol, Casimiro, Sotelo, etc. Oh, this was several days ago, but the new superhighway to Bluefields has begun. It's specifically the new highway to support the Deepwater port, which is fantastic. Diego says a friend migrated to study there, and she says she misses Fritangas so much. Fritangas are pretty cool. It's very much a Nicaraguan thing. I don't even know if you're going to find fritangas in Honduras. I have only spent so much time in Honduras, but I don't remember like experiencing them there. So just to be clear, Diego, they do have fritanga adjacent street food in Guatemala. It's not completely different, but it is different food for sure. I really like. I was in Tecpan, and with a Mexican and a Nicaraguan, and we did dinner at this little street place that did tostadas with remolacha on top, like loads of it. Oh my gosh, it was so good. And like there's stuff like that that replaces the fritangas, that it's similar, you know, place in the ecosystem, and you eat at them the same. It's just, but it's Nicaraguan fritangas is relatively unique food. Almost nothing that I get in a fritanga here. None of it's like exotic. None of it's like, oh my gosh, what is this? But it's also always a little bit different than what we get other places. I've done pretty well tonight with not coughing too much, but some is back. RM Gizator says, later, man. Good chatting with you. Thanks. Have a good night. Diego says, I'm so worried about the traffic for the closure of the Metro Central area and then the closure of the intersection after La Cuesta El Plomo. Traffic will be horrible. The intersection after La Cuesta El Plomo. Wait, which intersection are they closing? La Cuesta El Plomo is way outside the city. All right, guys, we're down to just 12 people. It's a pretty slow night, especially this late, and I'm just starting to get that cough in, so I want to kind of wrap it up. We've been on for 4 hours, 10 minutes, so not too shabby. Sorry that we got a late start, but there's a lot of work. A lot of work demanding my time tonight, so I'm going to call it a night, get some things done, and really appreciate everybody being on. thanks again. As always, we devolved into Tech Talk. That seems to be the place that we go around here. But I'm hoping to get out a rental apartment tour video tomorrow. Fingers crossed. It's partially edited. Hopefully I manage to do that. Sometimes things come up and I do a live just to cover some event or something. Oh my gosh, the dog's going crazy. Hope you guys can hear the little one out there barking. Anyway, remember to give a thumbs up before you leave. Hit up that buy me a coffee if you like. And as always, I will see. Janet says, get better too. Tech Talk is interesting too. Thanks, Janet. Have a good night, everyone. As always, I will see